Chapter 994. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He almost did not dare to look at Wu Qianqian's miserable expression. He knew that he had brought up Wu Qianqian's sad matter, but there was no other way. Wu Qianqian was Tai Butian's empress, after all. Although he had no scruples, only his own heart could not be crossed. Although Tai Butian was an emperor, he was still a brother that he acknowledged. Some things had touched Chu Yang's bottom line. Even if he were to be beheaded, he would never accept Wu Qianqian. Once Tai Butian recovered, Wu Qianqian's vague feelings would be buried deep. Wu Qianqian's pain could only continue. Senior Sister Wu, don't worry. When the heaven passage opens, I will accompany you to the lower 3 heavens to cure Brother Tai's illness. Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said it all in one breath. Wu Qianqian's eyes were empty, as if she did not hear him. Chu Yang felt terrible. The only thing that was certain about this matter was that Tai Butian did have an unmentionable illness. But for Wu Qianqian to be able to come up, there must be other reasons. Wu Qianqian's current expression also showed that she was deeply in love with him. From Wu Qianqian's expression, Chu Yang seemed to see a huge whirlpool. But he forced himself not to think about it, not to throw himself into that whirlpool. He even forced himself to stay away. He forced himself not to care, not to ask, and to turn a blind eye. Wu Qianqian's pain was indescribable. But how could Chu Yang's heart feel better? Humans were not plants. How could they be emotionless? When he was in the lower 3 heavens, his heart was filled with Mo Qinggu. But this did not mean that he turned a blind eye to Wu Qianqian's deep feelings. He was only trying his best to avoid it. He could not let Qinggu down. However, his heart was clear that Wu Qianqian was like Qing Wu in his previous life to him. It could even be said that they were the same. In fact, he had even helped Chu Yang more than he had. The only thing that was lacking was that she had not given him her virginity. That was all. The lower 3 heavens was chaotic, and Chu Yang was in charge of Butian Pavilion. He was full of glory and a halo. On the surface, he could change the world with a flip of his hand. Endless mystery and glory belonged to the 3 words King of Hell Chu. However, one must know that Chu Yang himself couldn't do anything. A good man needs 3 helpers. To build a fence, you still need 3 stakes. Even if Chu Yang had hundreds of clever schemes, what could he do? But at that time there was only one person who was worthy of Chu Yang's complete trust, and that person was Wu Qianqian. It was Wu Qianqian who had single-handedly taken care of the internal affairs for him. Everything, no matter how big or small, had passed through Wu Qianqian's hands. Only after she had sorted them out did they reach Chu Yang's hands. Chu Yang gave the order and used his wisdom. However, Wu Qianqian was the one who was in charge of implementing the plan. For the sake of Chu Yang, this naive and innocent girl had forced herself to mature. She had forced herself to accept any knowledge, even if it was a cruel conspiracy that she was unwilling to accept, all for the sake of helping him. With Chu Yang around, she would do her best to help. If Chu Yang wasn't here, she would be Chu Yang. At the same time, he had to carry out his duties well. He had to do 2 things at the same time. Multitasking. He even did it himself. When he was sitting on the seat of King of Hell Chu, it wasn't just an act. There were some things that required King of Hell Chu to do personally. When King of Hell Chu did it, he had to do it with cruel means worthy of the name King of Hell Chu. Or it could be said that it wasn't strange for some ruthless officials to do it. But don't forget, Wu Qianqian was just a weak girl who wasn't even 20 years old. At that time, it had only been half a year since she had left the mountain to become King of Hell Chu's right-hand woman in Iron Cloud. When she was on the mountain, she was still naive and innocent. Half a year later, she would make a decision to kill. She would issue an order to bleed thousands of miles. She would use her delicate hands to do cruel things. She would let both her subordinates and her enemies know that the person in front of her was King of Hell Chu. Because she was wearing that black robe. She was wearing that mask. Because the person who was supposed to be wearing a black robe and a golden mask wasn't here at the moment. He was in an extremely dangerous place. The more real her act was, the safer her loved one would be. Therefore, Wu Qianqian did it without hesitation. Every time she returned, she would vomit until her liver and intestines were broken. Who would know? How cruel was it for a young girl to create those bloody scenes of hell with her own hands? Who would know? Especially for a young girl who had just stepped into Jianghu. She had to do such disgusting and cruel things. She had to do it with her own hands. Who would know the cruel torture of her heart? From this point of view, Wu Qianqian was much more tired than Chu Yang, because she didn't just pay twice as much. She also paid with her mind and love. When Chu Yang was in danger, Wu Qianqian had to use her identity as King of Hell Chu more than once to bear the burden and die for Chu Yang. She had no regrets. Because of her, Chu Yang could go out without worry. He could travel thousands of miles without worry. He could do whatever he wanted in Jianghu. He could create a legend that belonged to King of Hell Chu. What if he didn't have her? No one could answer this question. Even if Tai Butian, the emperor of a generation, were to answer this hypothetical question, Tai Butian could responsibly say, if it wasn't for Wu Qianqian, even if Chu Yang succeeded, he would have to pay 100 times more than now. In front of outsiders, Wu Qianqian was cold and blooded. She would devise strategies in a tent. She would watch the winds and clouds with a smile. When she was alone, she would curl up in the quilt and cry until her liver and intestines were broken. She would vomit until her whole body was weak. This was how she created Chu Yang's legend. But Chu Yang couldn't accept her. Chu Yang still wanted to leave. Wu Qianqian could only continue to wear that black robe and that mask. She would silently guard the situation after her sweetheart left. But who would have thought that every time she put on that black robe and that mask, her heart would shatter once? Who would know the kind of heart-wrenching pain that one would experience every day? It wasn't difficult to forget a person. As long as one left that environment and started one's life anew, one would sooner or later be engraved in one's bones. It would turn into a faint whisper in one's dreams in the middle of the night. But you wear his clothes every day, wear his mask every day, use all the methods he taught you every day, and deal with the countless things he had dealt with in the past. You even have to imitate his voice every day when you speak, and completely follow his style when you do things. You would repeat this for a long time. You want to forget? How ridiculous. Chu Yang was fully aware of all this. He was fully aware of it. Such deep feelings could even move the heaven and earth. Even though Chu Yang had the nickname of King of Hell, he wasn't a cold-hearted person. He was also a man. He was also a hot-blooded man. Wasn't he moved by Wu Qianqian's sacrifice? Didn't he have any love for Wu Qianqian? Even Chu Yang himself didn't believe this sentence. Didn't he want to accept it? Yes. No one would be willing to let down such deep feelings. But Chu Yang couldn't accept it. He could only let it down. Because at that time, Chu Yang's heart was tied to a knot from his previous life. Mo Qing Wu. Before Mo Qing Wu's matter was resolved and before Chu Yang was satisfied, Chu Yang would never involve himself in any relationship. Therefore, he resolutely chose to leave immediately after the matter was over. On one hand, it was because the matter of the 3 days couldn't wait. On the other hand, it was also because Chu Yang was running away in a sorry state. He was running away from Wu Qianqian's gentle net. He had the heart to cut off Wu Qianqian's feelings with his heartlessness. How could Chu Yang's heart not hurt? When he left, he knew that Wu Qianqian was finally going to marry Tai Butian. Although he heaved a sigh of relief, how could his heart not hurt? How could he not feel a mixture of emotions? How could he not feel guilty? How could he not feel ashamed? How could he not be heartbroken? A man was a man after all. Even if he was a hero, he was still a man. A man would have the mentality of monopolizing. This had nothing to do with morality or character. This was human nature. But what could Chuyang say? If you couldn't give her the happiness she wanted, wouldn't you allow her to leave? Therefore, Chuyang left first, and he didn't go back to visit the lower 3 days. After all, the lower 3 days was the place where he was born. It was the place where he fought. His sect, his friends, and comrades were here. There were countless things that he couldn't let go of. Why didn't he go back to visit? Although he was busy, he would have time to go back once. It would only take a few days to go back and forth. But he didn't go back. Why? Because he was afraid. He was afraid that he would see Wu Qianqian when he went back. He didn't mean to hurt her, but hurt her the most. The indescribable guilt in his heart made him sad every time he thought of it. He could only bless Wu Qianqian, Tai Butian, and the two of them. If Wu Qianqian hadn't decided to marry Tai Butian, Chuyang would have gone back. And Mo Qingwu's matter was already very successful. She was accepted as a disciple by the two supreme martial artists. She was very safe. Chu Yang's guilt in his previous life was also partly compensated. His heart could finally feel a little better. Why didn't he go back? In this world, there was no such thing as monogamy. It was normal to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. It had been like this for thousands of years. Women were used to it, and there was nothing unacceptable about it. What was there that men couldn't accept? Did it feel good to watch a woman who loved him deeply be tortured by lovesickness until she died? But Wu Qianqian married Tai Butian, which cut off Chu Yang's thoughts of going back to visit. The less he went back, the happier Wu Qianqian would be. There would be a day when her memory faded and she would bury the past deep in her heart. When she no longer thought about it, her heart would be at peace. If he went back when she wasn't at peace, it would only make her more miserable. I've already let her down. Why should I go back and hurt her? So Chuyang wanted to go back countless times, but he restrained his impulse in the end. Now, they met again in the upper 3 heavens. So what? Even if they were the same, she was after all someone else's wife, a friend's wife, a brother's wife, a comrade's wife. What could Chuyang do? Seeing Wu Qianqian sitting there in a daze, Chuyang sighed and said, "If senior sister Wu doesn't have anything else, I'll take my leave first." Wu Qianqian said woodenly, "There's nothing else." Chuyang looked at her silently for a while. Finally, he stood up and was about to leave. Although he felt that his steps were heavy, he could only leave. Wu Qianqian's somewhat woodenly eyes turned. Looking at the black robe leaving, the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of sadness. At this moment, a cold voice said, "Little one, I've tolerated you for a long time. You still want to leave." Chapter 995. Chuyang was startled. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that he had been imprisoned. He couldn't even move his lips. His whole body was stiff. Wu Qianqian shuddered. "Teacher." This white figure was, of course, Feng Yuro. Feng Yuro let Chuyang stand there. She floated in and sat opposite Wu Qianqian. Wu Qianqian finally realized that Chuyang was abnormal. She asked in panic, "Teacher, what did you do to him?" Feng Yuro said lightly, "I just punished him to stand there for a while. I haven't settled the score yet." Wu Qianqian was slightly relieved. She said, "Then what about Teacher Yu?" She knew that Feng Yuro was gentle and doted on her a lot. Even if she was furious, Chuyang wouldn't be in danger with her around. But in comparison, Yu Lingshue's killing intent was stronger, and his temper was also more irritable. If Yu Lingxue was here, perhaps your Teacher Yu has something to do. Feng Yuro said lightly, "I was just worried about you being here alone, so I came up to take a look. I didn't expect to meet this bastard the moment I came." He's not a bastard," Wu Qianqian explained weakly. Feng Yuro snorted heavily. Wu Qianqian didn't dare to speak anymore. "This is the man you love deeply, right?" Feng Euro pointed at Chu Yang and said coldly, "You're wearing a black robe because of him? You don't even wear the robe that can defend against swords and sabers that teacher gave you? You're depressed because of him? You agreed to stay in the upper three heavens and be our disciple because of him?" "Teacher." Wu Qianqian stood up in panic and knelt down with a thud. "I'm guilty, but I acted on my own accord. He didn't know anything about it. If teacher is angry, just punish me. Please don't blame him. It has nothing to do with him." "Silly girl." Feng Euro sighed. "Why is he worthy of your love? What's so good about him? Cowardly and irresponsible. Facing a girl who loves him deeply. He can be so heartless and heartless. Why are you so silly? There are so many heroes and outstanding talents in this world. Why do you have to take a fancy to such a person?" "Master," Wu Qianqian stammered, but stubbornly said, "Chu Yang, he's not as unbearable as you say." Feng Euro glared at him. "Shut up." He stretched out his hand and pulled Chu Yang over like a puppet. Then he stood upright in front of the two men. Feng Euro suppressed her anger and asked, "Your name is Chu Yang?" Chu Yang was stupefied. "Speak." Feng Euro said angrily, "Master, it seems that your restriction has not been opened yet." Wu Qian cautiously reminded. Feng Euro waved her hand, and Chu Yang found that he could move again. However, Chu Yang did not look surprised. Instead, he smiled faintly and asked, "You are Master Feng?" Feng Euro's restriction made Chu Yang's heart tremble. He had only felt such an overwhelming feeling from Zixieqing. Although Feng Euro was slightly weaker, she wasn't someone that the current Chu Yang could deal with. Neither was she someone that the current sword spirit could deal with. Feng Euro said indifferently, "That's me." Chu Yang said casually, "Then I'm Chu Yang." Feng Euro was infuriated. How dare an ignorant kid be mentioned in the same breath as me? Chu Yang smiled and said, "Maybe not in Master Feng's eyes, but in my mouth we're already on the same level." Feng Euro sneered, "You're indeed a tough nut to crack." "Master Feng, you flatter me," Chu Yang said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "It's just that compared to ordinary people, I'm still somewhat tough." "But why don't you dare to take responsibility for my disciple?" Feng Euro took a breath and asked. Chu Yang looked at Wu Qianqian with a complicated expression and said, "When did Master Feng know that I don't want to take responsibility? Do you know that I have my reasons for not taking responsibility?" "What reasons?" Feng Euro frowned. Wu Qianqian asked anxiously, "Master, please don't ask any more." Feng Euro waved her hand. "Today, I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If there's no chance, Qianqian, you'd better give up and concentrate on your cultivation from now on. Even if you're willing, I still want to test whether you're worthy of my precious disciple." "Humph, with what? My disciple can't get married?" Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "Little, let me ask you, is Qianqian good-looking?" Feng Euro asked. "Not at all. Senior Sister Wu is an outstanding beauty. In the entire heavenly layer, in terms of looks, figure, and temperament, there are very few girls who can be compared to Senior Sister Wu," Chu Yang said seriously. "Then, Qianqian's temper isn't good?" "Not at all. Senior Sister Wu's character is gentle, soft on the outside but tough on the inside. She has a rare good temper." "Then, Qianqian's status isn't high?" "This has nothing to do with status. Besides, Senior Sister Wu and I are of the same origin. What status is there to talk about? Since that's the case, it's her cultivation that's not good enough for you." "Master Feng, you're joking. This matter isn't a competition." "Then, it's Qianqian who doesn't love you enough?" "No. Senior Martial Sister Wu is deeply in love with me, and I am well aware of that." "Or do you think that Qianqian isn't a good wife?" "Not at all. No matter who it is, if he can marry a girl like Senior Sister Wu, it's a blessing that he has cultivated for 3 lifetimes." Then, I don't understand. Feng Euro was really surprised this time. Then, why don't you accept her? Good looks, good character, good temperament, and deep love. Is there something wrong with Chu Yang's head? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. He was originally unhappy that he was restrained by Feng Euro. The confrontation earlier was a display of his emotions. But as he spoke, this anger had disappeared without a trace. You let her disciple down. How can you blame her master for finding trouble with you? Master Feng, I'd like to say a few words. I hope you can let me finish my words. Don't interrupt me, Chu Yang said lightly. Okay, say it, Feng Euro said straightforwardly. Chu Yang chuckled. He casually pulled a stool over and sat down in a calm and steady manner. Feng Euro raised her eyebrows, but she finally controlled herself and didn't get angry. I, Chu Yang, am an ordinary man. Before I met Senior Sister Wu, I already had someone I loved. But due to various reasons, we didn't get together. Chu Yang said slowly, if there wasn't the crisis of Beyond the Heavens sect, perhaps I would work hard to improve myself step by step to get closer to the person I love. Then there would only be the two of us living happily together. Now, the heavenly layer is filled with the flames of war. The upper three heavens and the third three heavens also follow the law of the jungle. This situation has persisted for 10,000 years. As a result, the number of women is much more than men. Under such circumstances, it's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. Although I, Chu Yang, am a man of the heavenly layer, but in my heart I still want to be with only one person, to grow old together. This was my thought in the past, but later I changed. Because of Senior Sister Wu, this belief was shaken. I used to think that deep down I'm a devoted man. I don't deny that I once imagined having 3 wives and 4 concubines, but at that time I didn't think I could do it. When I reached Iron Cloud, I wanted to change my fate, but there was no one I could trust. There was only Senior Sister Wu. So, I could only rely on her help to realize my dream step by step. Slowly, feelings grew. Senior Sister Wu fell in love with me. But I, Chu Yang, am not a cold-hearted man. Falling in love with me is a definite thing. Senior Sister Wu has feelings for me, and I have feelings for Senior Sister Wu as well. Speaking till here, Wu Qianqian's eyes suddenly lit up. Feng Euro frowned. She was about to ask when Chu Yang raised his hand to stop her. Master Feng, please let me finish. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to continue if my train of thought gets messed up. Feng Euro frowned. She could only listen patiently. Both of us have feelings for each other, but neither of us exposed it. I deliberately avoided it, and Senior Sister Wu didn't want to make things difficult for me. Chu Yang's voice was very calm. There's always a first-come, first-served rule. Even if I want to accept Senior Sister Wu, I have to make it clear to the person I love first. After that, whether I accept or not, I have no qualms about it. But before that, I would think of any actions as adultery. Not only would I let down the person I love, but I would also blaspheme the relationship between me and Senior Sister Wu. So I suppressed everything. After the matters in the lower 3 heavens were settled, I immediately prepared to leave. I had once planned to go to the lower 3 heavens to find the woman I love. After I've settled down there, I'll come back. If the person I love is unwilling, I can only avoid it for the rest of my life. Anyway, although both of us had feelings for each other at that time, we didn't make it clear. Senior Sister Wu also understood me, and I also understood her. This is my truest thought. Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I'm a man, and I'm also lustful. In this aspect, I'm no different from any other man. But I think that my advantage is that I can give respect to the person I love, no matter if it's the woman I love deeply or Senior Sister Wu. But just when I was about to leave, Senior Sister Wu and the Emperor of Iron Cloud, Tai Butian, got engaged. Chu Yang's face revealed a touch of bitterness. Tai Butian is an overlord of his generation, an extraordinary man of his time. He has a heroic spirit and a beautiful heart. I, Chu Yang, admire him very much. More importantly, senior sister Wu herself agreed to this matter. And Tai Butian is also my friend, brother, and comrade. If senior sister Wu didn't agree, and Tai Butian was coercing her, then even if he's the emperor of his generation, I would still fight for it, even at the expense of severing ties. If I can help him build Iron Cloud, I can also destroy Iron Cloud at that time. But that's not coercion. Since that's the case, how can I? At this point, Chu Yang paused for a while and then stopped. Feng Yuro obviously didn't know about this matter. Hearing this, she looked at Wu Qianqian doubtfully, but she saw that Wu Qianqian's heartbroken look was swept away. Her face was glowing, and she looked at Chu Yang without blinking. Her pair of sparkling little ears stood up high, and her face was flushed with shyness. She couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. She thought to herself, strange. I've reached the point where he didn't accept you, and you actually got excited. Chapter 996. I've never ignored my feelings. Chu Yang said solemnly, but when things have developed to that stage, what can I do? Feng Yuro frowned slightly. Indeed, even if both of you have feelings for each other, even if Chu Yang intends to come back for you, you've already agreed to marry someone else. What can Chu Yang do? But why is Wu Qianqian still so deeply in love with Chu Yang? In Feng Yuro's view, this shouldn't be the case. And it's not that Chu Yang shouldn't, but her own disciple shouldn't. You're already someone else's wife, and you've agreed to it personally. You've also told Chu Yang face to face. Why are you still pestering him? You're a married woman, but pestering another man? No matter how deeply you love each other in the past, you shouldn't continue pestering each other like this now. But Wu Qianqian obviously hasn't let it go. She's still the same as before. But this disciple of mine shouldn't be such a shameless woman. Why is this so? Yu Lingshua's head started to hurt. It's too strange. Chu Yang also sighed. His Adam's apple moved, and he swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva. He said hoarsely, Elder, you understand now? Haha. Now that we've brought up the past, and senior sister is also listening at the side, I shouldn't have said it so bluntly. Unfortunately, I've also kept these words in my heart for a long time like a fishbone stuck in my throat. I can't help but spit them out. I'm a man, and I think I'm loyal too. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, but his eyes were a little fierce. Women aren't the only ones who dream. Men also have their own dreams. But when I see a woman that I've fallen in love with about to marry someone else, and both of them are willing, and that person is my good brother, what do you want me to do? Chu Yang smiled. Other than running away, what else can I do? What else can I do? I couldn't even give a promise at that time. Now, Master Feng, you're asking me why? Ha! I understand that you're anxious for your disciple. Chu Yang smiled bitterly, his smile a little tragic. Should I go and snatch my good brother's wife and say that she's my woman? Not to mention that she's the empress of a country. I didn't dare to say it before, and I was too embarrassed to say it. Chu Yang said deeply, but looking at the situation today, I'm afraid that Master Feng will keep me here if I don't say it. He raised his head indifferently. Actually, Venerable Feng wanted to kill me. No matter what, he wanted to kill me. Am I right? Firstly, it was to strengthen senior sister Wu's Dao heart. Secondly, it was because she didn't like me. I can feel Venerable Feng's killing intent. He smiled. There's nothing wrong with that. If it were me, I would do the same. After all, a disciple who has just started out has outstanding talent, and her future achievements are likely to surpass mine. With such a great future, it would be a pity if she were to get married now. The coldness in Feng Yuro's eyes gradually disappeared and was replaced by admiration and confusion. Very good. Feng Yuro smiled faintly. Your senses are very sharp and sensitive. His ability to judge the situation and size up the situation is even more outstanding. He is resourceful and skillful. He can also be considered a rising star of the younger generation. She said softly, I did want to kill you before, but I changed my mind now. I only want to ask you one thing. Did what you said earlier come from your heart? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. I'm not at the stage where I have to lie to myself. Besides, since things have already come to this, so what if it's true? So what if it's fake? Does Venerable Feng think that it's necessary to lie at such a time? Feng Euro smiled. She turned to look at Wu Qianshan and said, Qianshan, what's going on? Wu Qianshan's expression was a little complicated and sweet. She looked at Chu Yang and blushed. She said, Teacher, the reason for this. There's something else that I can't explain in a few words. Besides, it involves other people's privacy. One day, Chu Yang will know about it. Feng Euro was startled, and her eyes shrank. Something else? Were you forced to do this? No. Wu Qianshan said with a red face. Teacher, don't ask any more. Anyway, it's very complicated. She sighed sweetly in her heart. She was looking forward to it, and yet conflicted at the same time. It's understandable that Chu Yang doesn't know the inside story. It turned out that he did have feelings for me after all. My efforts were not thrown into the water and were in vain. Just this point alone is already enough to comfort me. As for Tai Butian, she was also a woman and a proud woman. She knew, understood, and supported Tai Butian's decision. She could only respect her decision. Since Chu Yang didn't know about it himself, she had to keep her promise and not tell him about it. Besides, the heavens were now sealed. He couldn't go down even if he wanted to. If Chu Yang knew about it, his mind would be disturbed and it would affect his cultivation and battle. She could wait for them to make it clear themselves. As long as they have feelings for each other, there's no hurry to be together. As long as you have me in your heart and don't let me love you so bitterly, that's enough. Actually, my request is really not high. Chu Yang and Feng Euro had the same expression now. They looked at the shy Wu Qianshan in a daze, confused and confused. What's going on? You didn't deny the fact that you were married to Tai Butian. You didn't deny your feelings for Chu Yang either. Tai Butian didn't force or coerce you. You were the one who agreed to it willingly. Yet you're secretly thinking about your old lover until the end of time. You actually don't seem to take such a heinous thing to heart. Instead, you have a clear conscience. No matter what, this is an unbelievable thing to Wu Qianshan. And you're actually secretly happy? This is making us perplexed. According to Wu Qianshan's character, she's not such a shameless woman. The two of them looked at each other and thought in their hearts, looks like the secret behind this is really not small. But no matter how hard they think, they would never have thought that Wu Qianshan's husband in name is actually a woman. And she's also Chu Yang's woman. And she even has a child. Since this is the case, what is Wu Qianshan afraid of? What kind of psychological burden could there be? Chu Yang's eyes widened. Even though he was intelligent and quick-witted, he was really confused at this moment. He stuttered, Senior Sister Wu, what's going on? Wu Qianshan blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She said, what do you know? Go and do your own things. You don't have to worry about me. As she said, she actually pursed her lips and smiled dreamily. Her limpid eyes quietly turned and she lowered her head. Then she secretly raised her head again. She pursed her lips and smiled gently again. In that instant, she seemed to have thought of something, and even her little ears actually turned red. Chu Yang walked out of Jiaxiu building in a daze, 1 foot high and 1 foot low. He only felt that the weather today was really sunny. But what the hell is going on? Don't tell me that after I confess my feelings, everything will be fine? The wind also stopped, the clouds also stopped, and the murderous aura even more dispersed. He still remembered asking Wu Qianshan before he left the building. Then, Tai Butian, is he really sick? Wu Qianshan blushed at that time and actually stomped her feet. She said angrily, "Of course he's sick. He's very sick. And what I said is also the truth. His illness. Other than you, no one can cure him." "Yes, you've cured her illness, and so have I." Of course, Wu Qianqian couldn't say these words out loud. Even thinking about it made her face turn red. She drove Minister Chu out of the room as if she was driving him away. Then she leaned against the door and smiled foolishly. Not to mention that Chu Yang, who was chased out, was almost sick from boredom. Even Feng Yuro, who was in the room, stared at her disciple. In that instant, she almost felt that her disciple had lost her mind. Otherwise, why would she do such a thing that went against common sense? "Qianqian, what's going on?" Feng Yuro frowned and asked as she looked at her disciple, who was like a young girl in love. "I am master, don't ask any more. Anyway, there's a secret to this matter, a very big secret. Anyway, this matter. You don't have to bother about it." Wu Qianqian, who had never acted coquettishly ever since she was taken in as a disciple, actually acted coquettishly for the first time. She hugged Feng Yuro's arm and shook it. Feng Yuro's head was dizzy from the shaking. She held her forehead and moaned, I think I need to rest. This world has really changed. It's changed so much that I don't even recognize it anymore." Wu Qianqian smiled quietly. After helping her master to sit down, Wu Qianqian went to make tea. Her face was red, and it was unknown what she was thinking about. She poured the tea from the teapot and didn't even realize that the teacup was full. She continued to pour the tea into the teapot. Sigh. Feng Yuro sighed and rolled her eyes. She took the teapot from Wu Qianqian's hands and shook her head. "This disciple is hopeless." Feng Yuro had already taken the teapot, but Wu Qianqian still didn't realize it. She was still in that position. After a long time, she came to her senses and asked, where's the teapot?" "By the time you finished pouring tea for me, this Jiaxiu building would have been flooded." Feng Yuro said with disappointment, "I say, Qianqian, women, girls must be reserved. Even if you're very willing, you shouldn't immediately reveal such a joyful expression. You'll be looked down upon by others. Do you know that? To think that you've commanded troops, fought in battle formations, and even been an empress. You're so immature. I really wonder how you're supposed to be the empress of the world." Wu Qianqian laughed mischievously. Then she said with a smile, "Master, it's good for a girl to be reserved. But a girl must also dare to love and dare to hate. Because once a girl falls in love, it's for life. Compared to a lifetime of happiness, being reserved isn't important." I didn't dare to say it before because I was afraid that I'd ruin the relationship between him and his sweetheart. So I buried it deep in my heart. Now that I know, I won't say it in the future. Chu Yang is a responsible person. When he's done with his own affairs, he'll give me an explanation no matter what. And I'll just wait for him. Wu Qianqian smiled happily. Even if I can't wait my whole life, I already know that he has me in his heart. That's enough. I'm competing with sharp knife, and the loser has to tip the loser. I'm going to torture him to death. Everyone, just wait for our page to increase sharp knife God's tip. I'm very happy to exploit stingy people. Chapter 997. Chu Yang walked out of Jiaxiu building in a daze. He was still puzzled about this matter. After turning a corner, he walked towards Orchard Palace. At this moment, it was just past dawn and far from noon. The sun hung diagonally in the sky. The sunlight shone down, but it could not offset the coldness. As he thought about this matter, he was also puzzled. Why were there so many people making a ruckus downstairs? In such a short time, everyone had run away? Could it be that the words that he and Wu Qianqian had said and acted out were so effective? After walking for a while, he was about to reach Orchard Palace. After turning a corner, he suddenly realized that there were a few people looking at him and laughing. Chu Yang was stunned. He saw that these people were dressed in blue. They were full of energy. They did not cover their faces, nor did they hide their whereabouts. They actually blocked his path so openly. People from the Lan clan. Lan Changa was leaning lazily against a tree. When he saw Chu Yang coming over, his eyes lit up. He straightened his back and walked over. "Brother Chu, huh? Nice to meet you." Lan Changa looked at Chu Yang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. He smiled and said, "Brother Chu and Wu Xian must have had a good chat?" Chu Yang smiled shyly and said, "Brother Lan must be joking. Sai, this matter is really hard to explain." Lan Changa revealed an as expected expression and seemed to heave a sigh of relief. Then he pulled Chu Yang's hand and smiled knowingly. He came closer to Chu Yang and said, "Brother Chu, I'm here today to consult you on something. I hope you can enlighten me." Chu Yang was stunned and said, "What is it?" Lan Changa pulled Chu Yang affectionately and said, Come, let's talk here. There is a tea house here. Today, I will be the host and treat Brother Chu to tea. Haha, you and I feel like old friends. Brother Chu, please don't decline. Please come. Chu Yang was now bold. He was not afraid of Lan Changa's tricks. Besides, he was also very curious about why Lan Changa was looking for him. Hence, he went with the flow and agreed. The 4 to 5 people turned a corner and entered the tea house. They found a secluded seat and sat down. Lan Changa waved his hand, and the 4 experts who were accompanying him dispersed and guarded the 4 directions. Lan Changa personally grabbed the teacup that had just been delivered by the shop owner. With his other hand, he grabbed a pot of hot water and poured tea for Chu Yang. His voice was kind, his manner was graceful, and his face was gentle. It was as if he was a completely different person compared to how he was at Jiaxiu Building. Sure enough, the young disciples of these big clans were all shrewd. On the surface, all of them looked like they were messing around, but once they were out of the public eye, all of them stood out from the crowd. Chu Yang thought to himself, I wonder if this is more realistic. Or was that more realistic? Or perhaps none of these people had shown their true colors yet? Thank you. May I ask why young Master Lan is looking for me? The earlier you tell me, the better. That way I'll know what to do. Chu Yang held the teacup and discovered that the teacup was transparent. Every teacup was actually carved out of a piece of white crystal. From the outside, one could see the rise and fall of the tea. Brother Chu, please be patient. Please try this tea. This is the specialty of Tianji City. It is said that this tea is brewed on a night when the moon is hidden. It is bathed in the stars and is brewed with the help of the heavenly way. How can one not drink the starry night tea in Tianji City? Please, every guest who comes to this tea house can only have 1 cup of tea per day. Brew it yourself. Adjust it yourself. Drink it to your own taste and feel your own artistic conception. Lan Changa served the tea attentively. I heard that everyone who drinks this tea has a different feeling. It's very magical. Oh, there's such a thing. I wonder what Brother Lan's feeling is. Chu Yang held up the teacup and gently blew on the floating tea as he said lightly, You're looking for me for something, but I'm not looking for you for something. You're not anxious, so I'm not anxious either. Let's just waste time. I have plenty of time. I have tens of thousands of years to waste time with you. Brother Chu, this tea is also like life. Look, although the tea leaves in the teacup are floating, each of them is trying hard to float upwards. Although each of them is independent, the opening of the teacup is only so big. With so many tea leaves, it's impossible for all of them to float to the top. Although there's only a thin line separating them, there are still some up and some down, some high and some low. This kind of suppression, the competition, is also quite intense. Lan Changa laughed and pointed at the tea in the teacup as he spoke in a clear and organized manner. Chu Yang tilted his head and said, Oh! Lan Changa smiled deeply and said, When others look at tea, what they see is tea. But in my eyes, it's life and the martial world. Chu Yang stared at the teacup and said, That's right, there is indeed competition. But this competition is passive. If there's no boiling water, this cup of tea is just some withered trees. Brother Chu's words are right. But the more this is the case, the more interesting it is. Every one of us is like these withered tea leaves. Originally, we were quietly staying in a certain place, aloof from worldly affairs. But no matter what the reason is, whether it's forced or voluntary, we will eventually throw ourselves into the boiling water, to engage in a life and death struggle that is beyond one's control, where the victor will be decided. So in my eyes, this cup of boiling water is the heavens, and the tea leaves are all living beings. Lan Changa revealed a disappointed expression and said, "For example, you and me." Chu Yang frowned and thought deeply. Brother Lan's words may make sense. However, although this kind of competition is helpless, it's also because of this competition that when the winner and loser are determined. It also allows these withered trees to release the hidden potential of their bodies, which is the fragrance of tea. So, although being soaked in hot water and suffering unspeakably, there's also the blooming of the original green color and the original fragrant fragrance. Even if it's bitter, it's still better than lying in the pot and becoming a withered tree without any consciousness. Chu Yang smiled and said, "It's also much better than those teas of the same origin that are hung on the branches until they grow old and fall to the ground to become soil." Lan Changa clapped his hands and laughed. Brother Chu's words really win my heart. It's just that this cup of water is not the heavens, and we are also not tea. Chu Yang changed the topic and said, "There are many capable people in the heavens. Eventually, someone will jump out of the shackles of the heavens and roam the universe. However, the tea in this cup would never jump out of this cup for all eternity. Moreover, once the fragrance dissipates, these tea leaves will become tasteless trees and sink to the bottom of the water." Chu Yang raised his head and smiled. Just like a person who has finished his life, although he has been glorious, brilliant, fragrant, and fragrant, in the end, he still becomes a corpse. Maybe there are exceptions. Some tea leaves are always floating on the surface of the water, but they are also drunk into the stomach of the person who drank the tea and disappeared without a trace. Chu Yang smiled faintly and said, "What do you think, Brother Lan?" Lan Changa's eyes flashed, and he said, "Chu Yang has also not seen the outside world, right? Who knows if those who have jumped out of the shackles of the heavens did not jump into the stomach of others?" Chu Yang shook his head and laughed. Brother Lan's words are too reasonable. He made a silent evaluation in his heart. This Lan Changa was somewhat scheming and also somewhat enlightened. He could be said to be a talent. However, his thinking was somewhat cruel and pessimistic. Such a person had actually already accepted his fate. He believed that even if he jumped out of the heavens, it would be a dead end, therefore his lifetime achievements would not be too high. Moreover, he was somewhat narrow-minded and could not bear to see others succeed. This could be seen from a sentence. Who knows if those who have jumped out of the shackles of the heavens did not jump into the stomach of others? Chu Yang wanted to say, "It's a pity that you don't even have the ability and qualifications to jump into the stomach of others," but after thinking for a while, he finally swallowed his words. The situation now was complicated. There was really no need to offend anyone for a cup of tea, especially such a narrow-minded person. Lan Changa picked up the teacup in front of him and shook it. The tea that was floating on the surface of the water slowly fell to the bottom of the teacup. He smiled warmly and said, "Brother Chu, look. Isn't this the time when the heavens were folded? That powerful person shook the teacup, the heavens, and so many incompetent people died." He placed the teacup on the table and waited for the water to calm down. Chu Yang realized that there were pieces of tea floating on top of Lan Changa's tea. The geographical situation was actually similar to that of the big clans now. Only this piece of tea is left. Doesn't it look like a big clan? Lan Changa smiled meaningfully. Chu Yang laughed and frowned in his heart. This Lan Changa compared to Diwu Qingrou's breadth of mind, was like heaven and earth. Just this analogy alone could be seen to be somewhat frivolous. Moreover, this was the first time they met. You said such words and made such an analogy in front of someone who was not from a big clan. This piece of tea is also secretly competing. Lan Changa's eyes shone with excitement. He looked at the tea and said, "Competing to see who sinks first." Chu Yang nodded and smiled. "This piece of tea is the biggest, just like the Yi clan." Lan Changa used his index finger to point at the piece of tea and said, "Although it is big, it is also slightly old and rotten. Although this piece of tea occupies the best spot, it is also the target of public criticism. The other pieces of tea are all trying to get closer to this piece of tea. If there is an external force shaking this piece of tea, it will fall down." Lan Changa laughed and said, "Brother Chu, Yi Shifeng's team seems to be a little unfriendly. Brother Chu, do you know that this power is currently in your hands?" Chu Yang frowned and said with a little confusion, "The power is in my hands." "Yes. Yi Shifeng first spread rumors to me to make things difficult for you. Then, after Brother Chu mentioned Wu Xian's injury, he immediately changed his attitude and changed his attitude. I'm sure Brother Chu is aware of the strangeness of this matter." Lan Changa smiled meaningfully and said, "Brother Chu, may I ask? Is Wu Xian's injury caused by the Yi clan? Moreover, the Yi clan must have done it secretly, so Wu Xian still doesn't know who the real culprit is. However, Brother Chu knows?" Chapter 998. Brother Lan's thoughts are really meticulous. Chu Yang praised him from the bottom of his heart. This Duke Lan, who only knew how to use singing to pick up girls, was able to deduce such a matter from a short conversation between Chu Yang and Yi Shifeng. Furthermore, he was able to deduce the truth of the matter, not to mention this person's character. His wisdom and insight could be said to be shocking. Chu Yang purposely revealed the matter at that place to plan a bomb for the Yi clan. However, he did not expect that the first person who came to the door after smelling the fishy smell was Lan Changa. According to this deduction, Yi Shifeng definitely did not know Wu Xian's identity at that time and only wanted to let his subordinates kidnap the beauty. However, he did not expect to meet such a tough opponent. Lan Changa smiled and said, "Yi Shifeng actually dared to use force on the younger brother of the Moon Breeze couple. I, Lan Changa, have to admire his lust." Chu Yang laughed heartily and said sincerely, "Duke Lan's insight really makes me want to prostrate myself in admiration and pay you back." Lan Changa laughed and said, "It's all thanks to Brother Chu." Chu Yang said, "So, what do you mean?" Lan Changa smiled sinisterly and said, "This piece of tea in the center is already being eyed covetously. However, as long as someone shakes the teacup, this piece of tea will fall. And the Moon Breeze couple can shake it completely." Lan Changa smiled faintly and raised his head to look at Chu Yang. He said, "Brother Chu, an opportunity to change the world is now in front of you. Just one word from you, and the situation of the entire heavenly layer will change because of you." Therefore, in Lan Changa's eyes, Chu Yang's face turned red. He was extremely excited. His body couldn't help but lean forward, although he immediately realized it and changed back. However, this proved that Chu Yang was extremely excited at the moment. Moreover, Chu Yang's fist unconsciously clenched into a tight fist. Then he let go, but his knuckles were already white. Obviously, this sentence had shocked Chu Yang too much. "The situation of the entire heavenly layer will change because of you. Since ancient times, who had been able to do this?" Lan Changa sneered in his heart. He is indeed a bumpkin. He was actually bewitched by a few words of mine and became dizzy. To change the situation of the heavens, just by relying on a country bumpkin like you. Brother Chu, you didn't expect this, right? Lan Changa smiled reservedly. In order to cater to Chu Yang, his eyes also revealed a fiery look like Chu Yang's. He lowered his voice and appeared even more mysterious and serious. As long as Brother Chu says a word and passes it to Wuxian, how can elders foam and you tolerate their beloved disciple being bullied like this? As long as there is chaos, and this is a critical moment where the Master of Calamity Sword is about to come out, the entire level 9 heavens will be in chaos. The Yi clan will fall. His voice was trembling with excitement. When the time comes, Brother Chu's name will spread far and wide. Whoever sees you will give you a thumbs up and say, "What a hero! A good man." Even the Master of the Calamity Sword might not be able to do it, but you can do it with just one word. Brother Chu, what is the purpose of living in this world? What is the reason for a man to fight for his entire life? Chu Yang was so agitated that his face was flushed red, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Even his scalp seemed to be glowing. He looked at Lan Changa agitatedly, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. Yes, 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 yes. What Brother Lan said makes so much sense. Lan Changa was even more energized. He said, "When the time comes, Brother Chu will hold the universe in your hands. Step on the wind and clouds, and shake the heaven and earth with a stomp of your feet. Don't forget to give me a hand." Chu Yang was overjoyed. He even forgot his place and patted Lan Changa's head, as if he was patting a puppy. He laughed heartily and said, "Of course. When the time comes, if you have any problems, Changa can just use my name." The corner of Lan Changa's mouth twitched, and a few black lines appeared on his face. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and put on a face full of smiles, saying, "Then in the future, we brothers must work together sincerely." Chu Yang patted his head again and comforted him, saying, "Don't worry. I'm not that kind of person who forgets favors and violates justice. All in all, the Lan clan will be under my protection in the future." The corner of Lan Changa's mouth twitched again. He almost could not control himself and jumped up to slap this little guy into meat paste. "Damn it, who do you think you are? The Lan clan will be under my protection in the future?" I spat out the food that I ate last year and almost threw up. But in order to achieve his goal, he put on a smile on his face and said respectfully, "Of course, of course." His heart was as uncomfortable as if he had eaten a fly, and it was a fly that had just flown up from a pile of steaming feces. Lan Changa's face was full of smiles, but in his heart he could not wait to strangle this bastard to death. He scolded disdainfully in his heart, "Idiot! You really think you are a big shot? See how I will play you to death, you bastard!" Chu Yang's face was full of excitement. He patted this guy's head with both of his hands. He really wanted to stop patting and just break it. He scolded disdainfully in his heart, "Fuck your mother. You really think I am an old fool? See how I will play you to death!" But once this matter is discovered by the Yi clan, Brother Chu's life will be in danger. Lan Changa said worriedly, looking at Chu Yang with concern. "I wonder if Brother Chu has a good plan? To promote this great plan that will change the world? Will it also help my brother achieve his unparalleled fame? Be passed down through the ages?" Chu Yang scolded angrily in his heart. "After talking for so long, aren't you just pouring out the dirty water in your stomach? Why are you still pretending at this time?" However, on the surface, he frowned, looking distressed and helpless. I really have not thought about it. If the Yi clan wants to kill me, how can I be a match for the Yi clan?" He looked like a coward. Lan Changa suddenly looked down on him again. He despised him even more in his heart. However, on the surface, he looked heroic. He patted his chest and said forthrightly, "Brother Chu, have you forgotten about me? This little brother here has a foolproof plan." Chu Yang hurriedly asked, "What foolproof plan? Hurry up and tell me, ha ha ha. Changa, I realize that you are really too cute, ha ha." As he said, he patted his head as if he was comforting a puppy. He even stroked his head along his neck. It was like a person praising a big yellow dog, so obedient. Lan Changa shook his head awkwardly. However, for the sake of the big picture, he did not dare to get angry. He said, Brother Chu has already established a relationship with Wu Xian. There will be follow-up treatment in the future. You only need to remind her intentionally or unintentionally. As a young girl, Wu Xian was almost raped. How can she take this lying down? Therefore, Wu Xian will definitely start an investigation. Once she finds conclusive evidence, she will inform the elders Feng and you, and I only need to add fuel to the fire. The conflict between the Yi clan and the elders Feng and you will only get bigger and bigger. Chu Yang said doubtfully, but even so, it is not enough to blow things up. Lan Changa's eyes revealed a trace of viciousness. He said, Brother Chu, how is Wu Xian? Chu Yang stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. He said greedily, She is like a fairy who has turned into a human, too beautiful. A trace of jealousy appeared on Lan Changa's face. He immediately hid it and said, Brother Chu, don't you want to have such a beauty forever? Think about it. If every night you can have such a beauty under your crotch and enjoy to your heart's content, how blissful would that be? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of anger. At this moment, because of this sentence, Lan Changa had already been sentenced to death in his heart. There was absolutely no hope for him to live. Damn it, how dare he say that about Senior Wu, but this suggestion, cough cough, that is my business. His face had a perverted expression. He pretended to be noble and said, Brother Lan, cough cough, what are you saying? Wu Xian and I have a pure relationship. Once he heard the words pure relationship, Lan Changa's anger surged up. His chest almost exploded and he could not breathe. He almost wanted to curse and kill this guy in front of him in one breath. What the hell is this pure relationship between a man and a woman? Brother Chu, don't you want to? Lan Changa suppressed the urge to vomit blood. Of course I want to. Chu Yang blurted out without thinking. I have a way to help Brother Chu. Not only can Brother Chu bring the beauty home, but it can also push the blame to the Yi clan and make the elders Feng and you furious. From then on, they will fight the Yi clan to the death. Lan Changa said mysteriously. Say it, Chu Yang said impatiently. Brother Chu, let's first clarify this matter and treat Wu Xian's injury to gain their trust. When Wu Xian and the elders Feng and you confirm that it was the Yi clan who did it, then find the right opportunity. I have a bag of medicine here. Once the woman smells it, she will be unconscious. At the very least, she will be weak all over. At that time, I will send someone to cut Wu Xian out, but leave a trace for the elders Feng and you to find, of course. I will bring her to the Yi clan. At that time, the elders Feng and you will fight. But Brother Chu will be able to make this unique antidote. After many trials and tribulations, you can finally cure Wu Xian. But the last step requires a man and a woman to have intercourse. In this way, Wu Xian will lose her virginity. Because of the medicine, her potential will become very poor. And because of the medicine, it will be very easy for her to get pregnant. If Wu Xian gets pregnant, that is equivalent to ruining the relationship between the elders Feng and you. How can the elders not be angry? But Brother Chu, you will be able to get a beauty because of this. Brother Chu, you were helpless because you wanted to save her. Besides, even if Wu Xian doesn't have much affection for you, you are still the father of the child. Can she kill you? Besides, she has no future in martial arts. If she marries Brother Chu and becomes your wife, what else can she do? In this way, under the fury of the elders Feng and you, what benefits can the Yi clan get? When the time comes, the other big clans will gang up and attack. Brother Chu, you will be able to vent your anger and achieve your unrivaled fame. Moreover, you will also be able to obtain a marriage bestowed by the heavens. You will be as beautiful as a flower. I am being abused, depressed. My speed is trash in front of the saber god. Sai, the saber god has given me a hard blow. He said, I have 10 fingers and you only have 2. I am already giving you face by not increasing my speed to 5 times that of yours. He made me so angry that I almost fainted. After thinking for a long time, I finally replied, although I only have 2 fingers when we are fighting, my 2 fingers are always pointing at you. Chapter 999. What a brilliant plan! Chu Yang slapped his thigh and said hesitantly, Then isn't it too immoral? I've been gentle and modest since young, gentle and kind since young. Lan Changa scolded him in his heart. You're a pile of dog shit. But he advised, Brother Chu, I really don't know what to say. You must know that a real man, ha ha ha. Chu Yang's face was conflicted and hesitant. Finally, it turned into determination. Okay, let's do it. Lan Changa clapped his hands and laughed. Brother Chu is indeed a hero. I didn't misjudge you. Only a big dish like Brother Chu can achieve great things. Chu Yang laughed heartily, but his heart was heavy. This plan could not be said to be not ingenious, and could not be said to be not sinister. However, Chu Yang could see a lot of things from this. So he became even more vigilant. Lan Changa did not do this to cause chaos in the heavenly layer and change the situation, but to cause the Yi clan to fall into a quagmire here. With the elders' phone and you hindering them, the Yi clan would not be able to do anything in this Tianji city. How would they be able to do anything else? In this way, the matter of the divine clan elder would become the Lan clans. But even if the Yi clan backed out of this matter, what confidence did the Lan clan have to succeed? Moreover, the Ling clan was now involved. There must be other reasons for this. But no matter what, a mere elder of the Lan clan dared to plot against the elder's phone and you. This matter was worthy of Chu Yang's vigilance. At this moment he thought of 2 people. Diwu Qingru once said, Don't rely on your martial power. As long as you have a bright future, you can change the world. Mo Tenji once said, Ordinary people with intelligence can control the supreme martial artist. But if the supreme martial artist has no intelligence, ordinary people can also plot against him to death. Lan Changa was doing this now. Naturally, Lan Changa's intelligence was far inferior to Diwu Qingru and Mo Tenji. However, it was precisely because he was far inferior that he was able to think of such a scheme. Even the enormous Yi clan and the powerful elders Feng and you were trapped. And this vicious plan against Wu Qianshan was obviously to destroy her, destroy the elder Feng and you, who had a bright future, to prepare for the future of the big clan. Chu Yang dared to bet that a simple-minded person would have been persuaded if he wasn't the one sitting here at this moment, leaving a name in history, shocking the world, beautiful, supreme martial artist, the Lan clan as one of the big clans. All of this was too tempting, but Chu Yang dared to say if it was done, the first part of the first part would be the first part. Perhaps the first half of the plan would go according to plan. However, the person who would detoxify Wu Qianshan would definitely not be this person, but Lan Changa, and the person who carried out this plan, other than being silenced, was blasted into smithereens by the Moon Breeze couple in their fury. However, the main culprit, Lan Changa, had his ways to stay out of the matter, and the one in the end you. So, Brother Chu agrees? Lan Changa asked excitedly. Yes. Chu Yang gritted his teeth, stared, and slapped his thigh. Ha! Then I shall congratulate Brother Chu and Wu Xian in advance. Lan Changa was envious. Brother Chu's luck with women, I am really envious. Chu Yang was so pleased with himself that he laughed out loud. It was as if the beauty was already in his arms, but after laughing for a while he frowned and said, That's not right. That's not right, it's not enough. Lan Changa was stunned and asked, Brother Chu, what's not enough? Chu Yang frowned and said, Brother Lan, you see, from the beginning to the end, I have only found a wife. She has some reputation, but the real benefits, there is nothing at all. Ah. Lan Changa blinked his eyes in confusion. Brother Chu, you mean? Chu Yang sighed and said, even if Wu Xian and I get married and she becomes my wife, we still have to live for a while, right? But reputation can't make a living after all. Lan Changa was really stunned. Damn you. You are really greedy. I have promised you so many benefits, and you still want to raise conditions? Brother Chu, what do you mean? Lan Changa pinched his nose and asked unhappily. Brother Lan, you also know that I am a pharmacist. What I am most interested in are elixirs, especially heavenly treasures. When I see them, I can't move my legs, Chu Yang said. Lan Changa blinked and said, Chu Yang sighed and said, I don't need too many of these. Every 10,000 years old and above, I just need 8 or 10 of them. I only need 10 of them. After all, I still have to participate in the medicine banquet, right? Lan Changa said painfully, so many. If Brother Lan thinks that it's too much, then forget it, Chu Yang said considerately. It's not a lot. The Lan clan will fork out these treasures for Brother Chu. Lan Changa gritted his teeth. Thank you so much. Chu Yang held Lan Changa's hand excitedly and shook it continuously. Also, I am extremely interested in some rare mineral resources. Chu Yang counted his fingers and said, for example, star iron, sky wood, nightmare silver, sky dream gold, red cloud steel, starstone, tears of the purple sun. I want to get them even in my dreams. I don't ask for too much of each type. A few £100 will do. Brother Lan, these things are priceless. They are the real treasures. Lan Changa opened his mouth and said, if Brother Lan has any difficulties, just pretend that I didn't say anything. I will try my best for our matters. Chu Yang put on a straight face. But anyone could tell what he really meant. If you don't satisfy my conditions, then there is nothing to talk about. Anyway, you need me now. Lan Changa really wanted to grind his teeth. His face was pained, but he still pretended to be forthright and said, no problem. Even if I can't get so much, I will try my best to get it for Brother Chu. Brother Lan, you are really righteous. To be able to make a friend like you in my life, it is really not a waste. Chu Yang looked at him, touched. I fucking met you and had 8 generations of bad luck. Lan Changa scolded in his heart. Once the matter is over, and I have achieved my goal, I will spit out whatever you have taken from me. How could I let a vampire-like bastard like you off so easily? But the amount of purple crystals used for daily cultivation can't be little. Chu Yang sighed and said, what should I do? Actually, I only need 100 or 200,000 purple crystals, and that will be enough for me. Even if you give me, I will have enough. Lan Changa almost vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and said in a low voice, Brother Chu, don't worry. Leave it to me. Brother Lan is really forthright. Chu Yang was so touched that he almost cried. In the future, when Wu Xian and I become husband and wife, I will definitely be grateful to Brother Lan for recognizing my worth and helping me fulfill my wish. You are so generous and generous, Lan Changa forced a smile and said, Brother Chu is really, ha ha ha. You are too polite. Chu Yang laughed and said, truth, truth. Suddenly, he frowned again and seemed to be very worried. Lan Changa was most afraid of his frowning now. He was suddenly on tenterhooks and asked, Brother Chu, what else do you lack? Nothing, nothing. Chu Yang frowned and rubbed his hands embarrassedly. I am really embarrassed to say, Brother Chu, feel free to say it. Lan Changa took a deep breath and gently exhaled. He was afraid that he would lose control and lose his temper and slap this partner into minced meat. That would be very bad. Then I will be frank. So he immediately said, You see, Brother Lan, you have a big family and a big business. If you succeed in this matter once, haha, I'll say the ugly words first. If you don't admit it when the time comes, who should I cry to if you don't admit it? Not admitting it was a foregone conclusion. Lan Changa scolded fiercely in his heart and said, Brother Chu wants. I want to get half of it first. After the matter is done, I will get the other half. Chu Yang said unquestionably, Get half of it first. You really dare to say that? Lan Changa suddenly jumped up. Brother Lan, you are wrong. Chu Yang said, When doing business, there is a deposit. Moreover, this is a matter of life and death. Half is already very little. How can scheming against a supreme martial artist be so easy to scheme against? Brother Lan, you have been hiding behind the scenes from the beginning, and there is no danger at all. But I'm the one charging at the front. If I make a mistake, I'll definitely lose my life. To put it bluntly, I am using my own life to fight for a future. Chu Yang's face gradually turned cold. Half, no discussion. Not even my father. If this condition is not met, our previous discussion will end here. Lan Changa's face was full of anger. In such a hurry, where can I find so many things for you? You are purely making things difficult for me. Chu Yang crossed his legs and said, That is your problem, Brother Lan. Lan Changa looked at him angrily. Suddenly, his eyes slowly revealed a fierce look. Chu Yang said calmly, Brother Lan, when you invited me today, you did not hide your whereabouts. Many people know that I was invited by you, and tomorrow I will continue to treat Wu Xian's injuries. If I go missing, what will Supreme Martial Artist Feng and you think? Unless the Lan clan does not want her disciple to recover fully? Lan Changa was stunned. This was indeed a possibility. However, how could the Lan clan afford to offend Supreme Martial Artist Feng and you now? Even if there was a little doubt, it would affect the big plan. If we can't come to an agreement, I will not know what to say when I see Wu Xian tomorrow. Chu Yang said dejectedly, I thought I had a chance to become rich and famous. Sigh, I did not expect to rejoice for nothing. My biggest weakness is that I am greedy for money and lust. Lan Changa reached out a hand and stopped him. He smiled gently and kindly. Brother Chu, what are you saying? You and I are good brothers. How can I not fulfill such a small request? Brother Chu, don't worry. When we leave this place, you can just follow me to get it. Asking everyone for subscriptions. Many people have left these few days. Everyone knows the specific reason, so I will not say it. Sigh, not only did the subscriptions not increase, they're even less than last month. Chapter 1000. Chu Yang was overjoyed. Really? Lan Changa's heart was bleeding. He said, I, Lan Changa, always keep my promises. That's great. Chu Yang shook his hand. You treat me as a country knight. I will repay you wholeheartedly. Brother Lan, don't worry. I am just one person. I will not be able to escape from the Lan clan. So, haha. Our cooperation will definitely work. How would I dare to be crafty? Lan Changa smiled cruelly. It's good that you know. However, Brother Lan has to promise that after the deal is done, you will not burn the bridge after crossing the river or kill me to silence me. Chu Yang said solemnly. Of course. Lan Changa said solemnly. I swear to the heavens that if I do such a thing, I will die a horrible death. Chu Yang was touched. Brother Lan, you don't have to swear so heavily. Little brother is really confused. I believe you. Lan Changa laughed. When can we start? Lan Changa asked. When the things I want are here, I can start immediately. Chu Yang promised seriously. Good. Lan Changa praised. Brother Chu is indeed straightforward. Let's go. I will bring you to get the things. However, some of the things may not be enough. I need to send people to collect them. Brother Chu, please don't be offended. How can I be offended? I have all the time in the world. I can wait. Chu Yang laughed heartily. Lan Changa was depressed. I said this in hopes that you would say, it's okay to have less. I did not expect this bastard to be so muddle-headed that he could wait. You are an idle person. Of course you can wait. But you can't wait forever. The two of them walked out of the tea-house affectionately and went straight to the Lon clan's residence. After walking for a while and turning two corners, they met a group of people. The two of them looked and were stunned. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. The people who came were Yi Shifeng and his subordinates. They were about to go out for a meal. Upon seeing Chu Yang and Lan Changa being so intimate, Yi Shifeng's eyes instantly revealed a trace of viciousness, which was immediately concealed. He laughed heartily and welcomed them. So it's Brother Lan and Brother Chu. Why did the two of you go to have a meal? That's really early. Chu Yang replied honestly. No, I just drank a cup of tea. Yi Shifeng said affectionately, Lan Changa, you are too stingy. You only invited Brother Chu out for a cup of tea. Come, 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 Brother Chu. If you don't mind, I will treat you to a drink. How could Lan Changa let Chu Yang and Yi Shifeng go? He stepped forward and stopped him with a faint smile on his face. Brother Yi, Brother Chu, and I still have some matters to attend to. If Brother Yi wants to treat us to a meal, after we finish our business, Brother Yi can choose a place, and I will go with Brother Chu. Yi Shifeng glared at Lan Changa and said, If that's the case, I shall not disturb Brother Chu and Brother Lan. Brother Chu, don't forget that this little brother still owes you a meal. Ha ha ha, you and I are brothers. The future is long. Another day, I will definitely drink with Brother Chu until we are drunk. When the time comes, Brother Chu, please don't refuse. Chu Yang said straightforwardly, What are you talking about? Since Brother Yi is treating, I'm more than happy to oblige. Yi Shifeng laughed heartily, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left with his men. This person looks forthright on the surface, but he is actually a smiling tiger, very sinister. Lan Changa said in a timely manner, Brother Chu, when interacting with him, no matter what happens, you have to be careful. Yes. Chu Yang sighed. In this world, there are too few people like Brother Lan who values friendship, loyalty, and kindness. The two of them laughed heartily and chatted as they walked away. Behind them, Yi Shifeng, who had just turned the corner, turned his head and looked at the direction that Chu Yang and Lan Changa were walking towards. He asked doubtfully, What are the two of them doing together? He felt an inexplicable sense of danger. Could it be that Lan Changa wanted to deal with him? He thought about how he had offended Lan Changa just now, and the two of them had a conflict of interest. Yi Shifeng's heart skipped a beat. Second young master, is there any problem? An old man beside him asked with a serious expression. The problem? I'm afraid it's not a small problem. Yi Shifeng sighed and said, Follow me, I'll tell you in detail. If there's really no other way, we can only eliminate the disaster as soon as possible. Even if we have to offend Han Xiaoran, we can't care about it anymore. Everyone sighed. Han Xiaoran's cultivation was not very high. Moreover, among the law enforcement masters, the other 8 were already at the level of a supreme martial artist. The law enforcement master was even a 5th-grade supreme martial artist. However, Han Xiaoran was still at the peak of the 2nd-grade martial saint level and had not made any progress for many years. Such strength was not even worth mentioning in the eyes of the Yi clan, the number 1 clan. However, Han Xiaoran's identity was not just an ordinary 2nd-grade martial saint. He was the number 1 leader of the law enforcement officers in the entire southeast region. He was one of the most capable assistants of the Dharma Supreme. Touching Han Xiaoran would mean facing the revenge of the entire southeast law enforcement officers. This was only one of the reasons. More importantly, touching Han Xiaoran was equivalent to giving the Dharma Supreme a tight slap. In this world, who would dare to slap the Dharma Supreme? This was the most fatal thing. 7th Granduncle, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip to the Lan clan's residence to investigate what kind of collusion and conspiracy Chu Yang has with the Lan clan. If the situation is urgent. Yi Shifeng's eyes flashed with determination. Seventh granduncle, please consider the overall situation of the Yi clan. The meaning of this sentence was tantamount to saying, if the situation is urgent, seventh granduncle, you'd rather sacrifice yourself to kill Chu Yang. A black-robed elder with a cold face replied, "Don't worry." The black-robed figure rose and chased after Lan Changa and Chu Yang. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. Is there a need to do this? It's just a small Chu Yang. Even if he's a pharmacist, what can he do? Another person asked, puzzled. You don't know. Yi Shifeng sighed. Wu Xian is injured, and the people who injured Wu Xian are actually Yi Kong and Yi Yin. Wu Xian doesn't know about this, but Chu Yang knows. Yi Shifeng said solemnly. Ah! Everyone took in a breath of cold air. So, Chu Yang's words may bring us big trouble. But we're at a critical juncture now. We can't afford to have any small trouble. Yi Shifeng let out a long breath and said, Otherwise, I'd rather offend Han Shaoran. If there's no other way, I can only kill Han Shaoran to prevent future troubles. Chu Yang followed Lan Changa to the temporary residence of the Lan clan. He was arranged to be served tea in the living room while Lan Changa hurried in. Not long after, a sinister-looking elder followed Lan Changa out and sized Chu Yang up. Chu Yang calmly looked back at him, but there was a hint of greed and desire in his gaze. The elder's gaze was extremely sharp, as if he wanted to cut Chu Yang's body open to see what he was thinking. After a long while, the elder snorted and left without saying a word. Before he left, he threw a ring into Lan Changa's hand and then disappeared into thin air. Then a sarcastic voice came from outside. Seventh brother Yi, what are you doing here? Then the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard. That voice said, You want to leave after coming here? Don't you want to have a cup of tea? Then he went far away, obviously chasing after Chu Yang. Lan Changa laughed and sat down in front of Chu Yang. Then he took out items from the ring. One by one, heavenly treasures were taken out and placed in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang was overjoyed and his eyes lit up. Wow, this is Heavenly Star Purple Ganoderma, 5 stalks. Wow, this is Earth Dragon Grass. Wow, this is Ice Snow Single Head Garlic. Wow, so many. As he said, he quickly waved his hand and kept them all. Lan Changa looked at him with disdain. His heart was filled with disdain. A country bumpkin who had never seen anything good. Sitting together with him was really an insult to his status. Next was the exotic mineral resources. Brother Chu, please forgive us. We do not have heavenly starwood and purple sun tears. I believe that there are not many of those in the entire heavens. So I will add some other items as compensation for Brother Chu. How about that? Lan Changa asked. No problem. I also did not expect you to have them. Haha. Chu Yang said without reservation. You can use other items as compensation. I don't mind. Can you mind? Even if it is other items, how many times can you see them in your lifetime? Lan Changa was frustrated. One by one, the items were taken out and kept by Chu Yang at an even faster speed. Finally, there was a big pile of purple crystals. According to Chu Yang's estimation, there were at least 50,000 purple crystals. It seemed that the Lan clan had really paid a heavy price this time. What kind of use did the Divine Clan elder have to the Lan clan? They were actually willing to spend so much. But since it was so important, why did they give it to the Zhuge clan? This was something that Chu Yang could not understand. Brother Chu, please count them. Don't make any mistakes. Lan Changa said, No need. Even if I don't believe in the entire heavenly layer, I still believe in Brother Lan. Chu Yang happily put away the purple crystals and said with a smile. Lan Changa's mouth twitched again. Damn, you are so generous. If he had known earlier, he would have shortened the numbers so that he could fill his own pockets. So, when is Brother Chu going to take action? Lan Changa asked. The sooner the better. As long as Brother Lan gives me the medicine, I will make the arrangements any time. Chu Yang said generously. Good. Lan Changa was shocked and clapped his hands. Then he smiled knowingly and said, Looks like brother, Chu can't wait for Wuxian. Chu Yang revealed you-know-what-a-man smile meant. Ha ha ha. When Chu Yang walked out of the Lan clan's courtyard, he really lived up to the name of having 2 sleeves of gold. He was rich, and it was a windfall. Feeling that there was a huge pile of purple crystals in the tribulation space, Chu Yang sighed and said, A man can't be rich without windfall, and a horse can't be fat without feeding at night. This sentence was too fucking reasonable. Therefore, Chu Yang decided to do his best to carry out Lan Changa's plan to the end. Although the ending would definitely not be what Lan Changa had in mind, Chu Yang would definitely do it according to his own wishes. He believed that by then he would be able to give Lan Changa and the Lan clan a big surprise. Chapter 1001. Chu Yang arrived at the Orchard Palace easily. The moment he entered, he felt that something was wrong. It was too quiet. He thought that Zi Xieching had brought Chu Lu out to play again. When he opened the door, he saw that Chu Lu was soaked in a big wooden basin. Zi Xieching was standing outside the basin, pressing one hand on Chu Lu's head and urging something with all her might. What's going on? Chu Yang scratched his head. Ah, big brother, don't look. Chu Lu was half naked in the wooden basin. When she saw Chu Yang enter, she immediately became shy. Chu Yang pursed his lips and said, What a sensitive little girl. You even told me not to look. Even if I look, what can I see? 2 rows of ribs. It was true. Due to her illness all year round and her young age, Chu Lu's female body had not started to develop. There were no signs at all. No wonder Chu Yang did not care. Otherwise, Chu Yang would have escaped long ago without Chu Lu's reminder. Besides, Zi Xieching would not have let him in. Big brother, you're so bad. Chu Lu felt extremely wronged. I haven't grown up yet. Yes, when you grow up, I really can't look anymore. Chu Yang nodded and said seriously. Ha ha ha. Even though Zi Xieching had an outstanding composure, she was still amused by these few words. She laughed and stopped. Chu Lu jumped out and wrapped herself in the bedsheet. She kept muttering unhappily, Bad brother, bad person, bad brother. Chu Yang and Zi Xieching swayed back and forth. After laughing for a while, Chu Yang asked, It's Lu, or his body constitution. I unblocked her meridians in advance and changed her body constitution. Now, as long as Lu's ulcer is removed, she will immediately have an innate body. Zi Xieching said casually, This is nothing. I like Lu a lot. Chu Yang took a deep breath. Nothing? You said it so casually, but I almost fainted from shock. A person, especially a girl with a congenital disease, was able to completely change her body's natural endowments and directly upgrade her to the innate body that martial artists dreamed of. This was akin to being reborn and having a meteoric rise. It must be known that some martial artists might not be able to reach the Xiantian level even after working hard for a lifetime. Not to mention that their entire body, including their meridians and blood vessels, were Xiantian physiques. And an innate physique that had never cultivated before was even more heaven-defying to the extreme. This was equivalent to a piece of pure gold and unpolished jade. Once they started cultivating, they would start from the Xiantian realm. Chu Lu only felt that her body had become much more relaxed. She didn't know how much benefit she had gained, but Chu Yang was well aware. I won't say any words of thanks. Chu Yang gazed deeply at Zi Xieching and said slowly, How could such a huge favor be expressed with just the word thank you? Zi Xieching smiled faintly and said, There's nothing to thank me for. It's just a small matter. Chu Yang chuckled. Zi Xieching said that it was a piece of cake. But how could he be so naive to believe her? Just by looking at the slight perspiration on Zi Xieching's forehead, He knew that Zi Xieching definitely didn't have it easy. To a powerful person like Zi Xieching, it might not be too difficult to transform a newborn baby into an Xiantian physique. But to transform a 12-year-old girl who had never cultivated before and who had a congenital abscess into an Xiantian physique was almost an impossible task. Oh, yes, I went out this morning and got quite a lot of elixirs and 70,000 purple crystals. It should be enough for us to squander for a while. Chu Yang suggested, "Why don't we have another round of battle?" Perhaps the only way he could repay her was to let her absorb enough energy from the Tao state as soon as possible so that she could complete her final Leduo. Zi Xieching's eyes flashed, and she said tiredly, "I'm a little tired today. Let's do it another day." Then she fell silent. Chu Yang was startled. He looked deeply at her and smiled. "Let's do it another day then." Then both of them fell silent at the same time. After a long while, they walked out at the same time and sat down under the flower rack. During this period of time, the big clans all have their own plans. "When the time comes, I may need your help," Chu Yang said softly. This sentence was a little awkward. Even if he didn't say it, Zi Xieching would definitely help him when the time came. "No problem." Zi Xieching leaned back on the chair and revealed a hint of laziness. This laziness on Zi Xieching was really rare. Chu Yang couldn't help but stare blankly. "Actually, if you just want to unify the heavens, I think I can help." Zi Xieching looked at him seriously. With a wave of her hand, a huge divine consciousness shrouded the entire orchard palace. Then she looked at him and said, "How about letting me destroy the big clans before I leave? I'll help you sweep the heavens. How about that?" Zi Xieching's voice was relaxed, as if she was talking about a trivial matter. "Destroy the big clans completely? Help me sweep the heavens?" Chu Yang was shocked. He stared at her with his mouth agape. "Yes, if you're willing, I'll completely destroy the big clans before I leave this heavens. I'm not sure about other things, but I can promise you one thing. If you're willing, I can do it. After I leave, there won't be anyone with the surname of a big clan in this world anymore." Zi Xieching's slender fingers knocked on the stone table in front of her lightly. "If you're worried about the law enforcement officers, I'll destroy the law enforcement officers as well." Chu Yang suddenly felt dizzy. This woman's words were too casual. "For example, if you're not willing to eat this plate of mung bean sprouts, how about I eat it for you?" For a moment, Chu Yang suddenly felt that his mouth was dry. He grabbed the teapot and drank a few cups of tea. "I see that with your weak strength, it's too difficult to deal with such a huge enemy. Your life is in danger at any time, anywhere." Zi Xieching said softly. Her eyes no longer looked at Chu Yang, but focused on her slender fingers. "By doing this, I'll take it as a compensation for helping me collect the Tao state energy." Chu Yang smiled bitterly. "No," Chu Yang said in a deep but clear voice. "No." Zi Xieching looked up at him in surprise. Chu Yang took a deep breath. "I understand what you mean, but I also have a few things to say. Firstly, you don't owe me. If I have to say that I owe you, it's me who owes you. We each take what we need, and it's equivalent to cooperation. So, I don't want to hear anything about repayment. I can't repay you, but you don't need to repay me in any way." Chu Yang said seriously. Zi Xieching listened to him, seriously, and nodded her head, slowly. "Secondly, I'm a man. This is my business, and I want to do it myself." Chu Yang said seriously, "I can borrow your strength in some of my plans, but I'll never use your hands to achieve my ultimate goal." "A proud man?" Zi Xieching laughed. Chu Yang laughed too. "Thirdly, these enemies in front of me are my opponents. They're my life experiences," Chu Yang said seriously, "or rather, they're my training. Only by rushing out from here and walking out can I rush up step by step and rush out." Speaking till here, he paused and looked at Zi Xieching. "Do you understand what I mean?" Zi Xieching nodded. I understand very well. So, I need such danger to prick me, to train me, to motivate me, to let me fight, even if because of this life, after all, is lived to the fullest. Chu Yang said with great care. I understand now. Your goal isn't this heaven. Zi Xieching smiled lightly. If you had agreed to my previous suggestion, I'd definitely do it, but I'm also a little dissatisfied. Now, your answer has comforted me, she said with some disappointment and some relief. So what you said before was true? Of course it's true. Chu Yang raised his eyebrows and said, the person who folds the heaven is also a person. You, Zi Xieching, are also a person. I, Chu Yang, am also a person. As Chu Yang said this, both of them became silent. There were too many implications behind Chu Yang's words. But as long as he said this, both of them had a tacit understanding and didn't need to say more. Relying on the heavens, the earth, and the ancestors wasn't about ability. Fighting for one's own world with bare hands was glory. Glory was only the goal. The process was the enjoyment. After a long time, Zi Xieching smiled and said, you're right. I also think that with your bones, Chu Yang, you're one of the toughest in the world. Chu Yang laughed. I, Chu Yang, may not have any other advantages, but I'm proud. In my previous and current lives, I've never lowered my head or bent my back to anyone or anything. Previous and current lives. Zi Xieching smiled playfully. These words are a little interesting. Chu Yang smiled lightly. So, what you said about beating me up in the future is also true. Zi Xieching squinted and looked at him playfully. If I can beat you, I'll beat you up. Chu Yang didn't evade and didn't hide his intentions. Good, good. Zi Xieching smiled. I'll wait for you to beat me up. Don't cry when the time comes. Chu Yang blinked. Both of them laughed together. In this world, there's endless excitement and also endless loneliness. Zi Xieching smiled. Once you enter and walk on this road, you'll be walking alone. Once you're injured, you'll be doomed eternally. Heaven's will is unpredictable and unpredictable. The road ahead may be blocked at any time. If you can't defeat the enemy, you'll only be lonely for life. Sometimes you can't even find someone to talk to. You'll have to think carefully. Chu Yang was silent. Suddenly he smiled. When you said this, I actually had a feeling that you've been following me all the way from the lower three heavens, because what you just said almost includes the names of all my brothers. Chapter 1002. Traveling alone. I have a brother called Gu Duxing. Once he is injured, he will be doomed eternally. Therefore, he must not be injured. Therefore, I have a brother called Dong Wushang. Heaven's will is hard to predict. I have a brother called Mo Tianji. The wind and clouds are strange. I have a brother called Ao Xian. His road ahead may be blocked at any time. Therefore, I have a brother called Rui Batong. If he cannot defeat the enemy, he will be lonely for life. Haha, I have two other brothers. One is called Luo Kadi, and the other is called GMO. Sometimes I can't even find someone to talk to. Chu Yang smiled warmly. My junior brother's name is Tan Tan. And as long as we get through all of this, we will be glorious and the sun will rise from the east. Chu Yang smiled. My other brother is called Xie Danqiong, and I, Chu Yang, will go out of the sun. That is, the sun will rise from the east. Chu Yang smiled faintly. His eyes revealed deep longing. He looked at Zi Xieching. Don't you think this is a coincidence? Zi Xieching couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then she laughed and said, It is indeed a coincidence. After pondering for a while, she said, These are all your most cunning brothers. Yes, they are all my good brothers. Chu Yang's tone was very serious. If one day you can surpass the heavens, Zi Xieching said twice, but stopped. Chu Yang was also a little silent. He said, "You have said so much. Is your Tao state energy almost enough? You are about to leave." Zi Xieching was silent for a long time. Then she said softly, "I am still lacking a very, very small part. I should be able to make up for it at any time." Chu Yang said worriedly, "But if you are somewhere else and don't have the Tao state energy, what will you do?" Zi Xieching smiled and looked at Chu Yang warmly. She said, "Chu Yang, where does the Tao state energy come from?" Chu Yang was stunned. Where does it come from? He really didn't think about this question. The Tao state energy is, in fact, the Tao void energy. Only when a person's spirit is highly concentrated and is one with heaven and earth, then he can use his spirit realm to draw down the Tao void energy and turn it into his own. The top of each of these continents is like a giant pot lid, blocking out the great Tao void, because once it's opened, the people on the ground will also float up and they won't be able to survive at all. So long as I break through this barrier, I'll be in the boundless void of the Grand Tao. Anytime, anywhere, including a single breath, there is inexhaustible power of the great Tao of the void. Zi Xieching looked at Chu Yang solemnly. "Chu Yang, you have to remember that only when a person has reached that stage can he be barely called a master. This is the reason why I'm not interested in this world. For example, if you were to watch a group of ants fight every day, you would find it boring. A true expert, the power of the void of the great Tao." Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of fascination. "Chu Yang, if I leave?" Zi Xieching's eyes suddenly flickered. "You must tell me when you leave." Chu Yang said heavily, "I'll send you off." Zi Xieching's throat moved twice, as if she wanted to say something, but she didn't say it in the end. She just said, "Okay. Actually, I've been abused by you for such a long time, and I've been beaten up by you every day, but it has indeed brought me endless benefits. Although I scold you sometimes, but if you really leave, I think my heart will also be a little." Chu Yang smiled, a little disappointed. "A little what?" Zi Xieching asked. "A little relieved, ha ha ha." Chu Yang's mind changed, but he still swallowed back the words that he was about to say and changed to another sentence. Zi Xieching bit her lips, glanced at him, and then a smile appeared on her face. She said, "Looks like I'll have to train you well during this period of time." The two looked at each other and smiled. After a long time, Zi Xieching stood up and said, "I'll go lie down for a while." Without waiting for Chu Yang's reply, she turned and left. Her white clothes flashed and she disappeared. But Chu Yang clearly felt that Zi Xieching seemed to be in a hurry, as if she was hiding from something. He couldn't help but sigh and was in a daze. Actually, as a man, maybe I'm qualified. But as a woman, a man like me. Chu Yang murmured and smiled bitterly. The flowers and trees above his head swayed with the wind and slowly drifted down, landing on his head, his arms, his black robe. In these few days, Tinji City became more and more lively. The other big clans came one after another, and some scattered small clans also came one after another. Even the pharmacists of the whole continent, those who were confident in their abilities, came from all directions. What surprised everyone the most was that the Li clan, which everyone thought would definitely not participate in the medicine banquet this time, actually sent people this time. And it was an 8th grade supreme martial artist leading the team, and more than 100 people came in a mighty manner. When they saw people from other clans, they also greeted them calmly, as if nothing had happened. The last to arrive was the Chun clan, which had already lost a batch of people. When the people from the Chin clan arrived, it could be seen that everyone's face was a little ugly. Then, whether it was the Yi clan, the Ling clan, the Lan clan, or the Zhuge clan, they all obviously felt the undercurrent surging. It seemed that the Shi clan was also intentionally or unintentionally getting closer to the matter of their own clan's elders. The Shao clan also had such plans. And another big clan, the Li clan, actually also started to get restless. This phenomenon made the supreme martial artists leading the teams from the big clans very confused. Why did such a secret matter suddenly become a common thing? Everyone knew about it? What was going on? Where did these people get their information from? Especially the Zhuge clan, who had originally planned to only send a few supreme martial artists to maintain the situation. But now they had no choice but to mobilize the whole family. The clan leader of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Shanyan, was so worried that his hair almost turned white. In the current situation, all parties were restraining each other, and with the medicine banquet, nothing major would happen. But this didn't mean that these few clans didn't make any moves. Once one of them felt that the time was ripe and exploded, it would definitely affect the whole situation. The big clans would be plunged into unprecedented chaos. With so many supreme martial artists exploding at the same time, Tenji City would probably fly into the sky on the spot. Moreover, the moon breeze supremacy was hiding here. The Dharma Supreme would also rush over. Thinking of these things, Zhuge Shanyan's head swelled and his heart trembled. It had been 10,000 years. Things like the medicine banquet had been held 8 times. Why did it have to be the Zhuge clan's turn this time when it was their turn? What made the head of the Zhuge clan the most speechless was that the elder master who had been in seclusion all this while suddenly had a sudden impulse to observe the night sky and made a prophecy. A great calamity would befall the Zhuge clan. It concerned the fate of the entire clan, so they had to prepare in advance. When he received this news, Zhuge Shanyan was speechless and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to be angry, but he couldn't. Why didn't they do it earlier? Now that things had already reached this stage, how could they prepare in advance? Wasn't this a classic example of giving advice after the fact? Of course, the Shao clan was also very depressed because they had just entered Tenji City when they bumped into the Yi clan. There was a moment of hostility on the spot. After a round of bickering, they finally separated and went their own ways. On the night that the Shao clan arrived at Tenji City, they had a fierce conflict with the Yi clan. The exact reason was unknown, but after one night, both parties had lost 3 people each. There were also a few others who had injuries on them. During this period of time, the Li clan had been here for 3 days, and they had already fought. Every time, they would fight for no reason, although the Li clan knew that the other clans were deliberately provoking them. They could only bear with it. In any case, Tenji City was like a pot of porridge that was placed over a raging fire. The fire was getting stronger and stronger, and the porridge was getting softer and softer. Furthermore, there were 2 invisible hands that were holding 2 huge wooden sticks and stirring the pot of soggy porridge with all their might. The more they stirred, the mushier it became. The more they stirred, the stronger the smell of gunpowder. But they still continued to stir. Stir, there's a saying that goes, a storm's about to come. But in the eyes of the current head of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Shanyan, how was this a storm? It was clearly before the world exploded. Once it exploded, the Zhuge clan would definitely be finished, even if no one knew what would happen to them. Now, the situation was completely out of control. It was like a plane that had been accelerated to full speed and suddenly lost control. It was rushing toward the mountains in the distance at lightning speed. It was no wonder that the Zhuge clan, which had always been famous for its control, had actually started to burn incense and worship in the secret chamber. Pray to the heavens to let the Zhuge clan survive this ordeal. Now, the thing that Zhuge Shanyan hoped for the most was the Dharma Supreme's early arrival. As the cold winter rain fell, the people from the Medicine Valley finally arrived at Tenji City after traveling thousands of miles. The chaos in Tenji City also calmed down a little because of the arrival of the people from the Medicine Valley. The winter rain was continuous, and it actually rained for 3 days. On the 3rd day, a group of horses appeared in the distance. Before they appeared on the horizon, a heavy pressure had already enveloped the sky above Tenji City. That was a kind of extreme dignity. Then, after a long time, a group of people on horses appeared on the horizon. Black horses, black clothes, black hair, black shoes, and a black scabbard. There were not many people, and they seemed to be dressed exactly the same as the Yi clan, but the feeling that they gave off was completely different. The Yi clan was noble and imposing, but this group of people was full of dignity that no one dared to offend. Moreover, there was a kind of dignity and dominance that looked down on all living things, as if they were in the palm of their hands. In front of these people, everyone could not help but feel guilty, as if they had suddenly become criminals. Not only did they become criminals, but they were also standing in the courtroom, facing the high and mighty judge. Even the most ordinary residents of Tianji City could feel this kind of power. Everyone knew the person that everyone had been waiting for, the Dharma Supreme. At present, the heaven was the most supreme existence. It was finally here. Chapter 1003. The people of the big clans were clearly divided into groups at the city gate, welcoming the arrival of the Dharma Supreme. The Yi clan was black like ink, like the night sky. At the very front, there was a ball of darkness, and the shadows were wrapped around a figure standing there. The people of the Xiao clan were dressed in green. At the front, there was also a person wrapped in green fog. The people of the Lan clan were dressed in green, but gave off a very simple and elegant feeling, standing quietly. At the front of the group, there was a figure standing upright, without any concealment. The people of the Ling clan were dressed in white like snow. The person at the front, even his hair and beard were snow white, standing tall and straight. Once one saw the people of the Ling clan, it was as if they could feel the bone-chilling cold wind on the snowy plains. The people of the Shi clan were dressed in light green, really like a pair of big green stones on the Daqing Mountains. The people of the Zhuge clan were dressed in linen, all of them with the demeanor of a celestial being. The people of the Li clan were dressed in purple. The purple aura was dazzling, like the purple aura coming from the east. The people of the Qin clan were dressed in yellow, shining brightly, actually graceful and luxurious. The people of the Li clan were dressed in blue. In front of each group, there was a person standing. This person was the candidate chosen to nourish the heavens in this medicine banquet organized by the big clans, the Medicine Valley, and the law enforcement officers. The lowest was a 7th grade supreme martial artist. This law enforcement master formed a group and waited quietly. At this moment, outside Tianji City, it was a true gathering of heroes and experts. The black group, from afar, slowly approached. With every step they took, it seemed that the solemn and majestic aura became stronger. On the city gate tower of Tianji City, 2 figures in white stood in the wind. They were Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. How majestic! Feng Yuro pursed her lips slightly. I have always hated this kind of style. Yu Lingxue sighed deeply. Law enforcement officers are not individuals who can abuse their power, their lives. Should we show him who's boss now? Feng Yuro tilted her head and looked at her husband. Your Dao realm isn't stable yet, so don't cause too much trouble. Yu Lingxue said indifferently, Today, us husband and wife are standing here to let him know that we are here. This is already the most benevolent thing we can do. In the future, let's rely on our own methods. The Tribulation Sword Master hasn't appeared yet. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Feng Yuro frowned. If it's us, we don't have a proper reason. Yu Lingxue didn't say anything. After a long while, he said, Although the Tribulation Sword Master hasn't been exposed, he must have appeared. Moreover, it is very likely to be in this Tianji city. The husband and wife did not speak anymore. After standing for a while, Yu Lingxue let out a long howl and shouted, The medicine banquet has begun, Dharma Supreme! From today onwards, we, the Feng and Yu couple, have offended you. With this long howl, the wind and clouds surged. His voice was like a dragon soaring to the heavens, and a crane crying in the vast sky. The thick, dark clouds in the sky were still drizzling with a drizzle of cold rain. But at this moment, a big hole suddenly opened up in the sky, and thousands of rays of sunlight poured down, illuminating the drizzle in the sky like a dream. Yu Lingshue's voice was also like thunder in spring. In the sky, from the direction of where he was standing in Tianji City, it rumbled and crushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the mountains shook and the earth shook, as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. In the group below, other than the leader, everyone else had a look of astonishment on their faces. From the black group, far away, an invisible aura suddenly shot up to the sky. This aura shot straight up to the sky. The dark clouds that had just been opened up by a small gap actually closed up rapidly. Between the sky and the earth, the rain resumed. An elegant voice, without the slightest bit of worldly life, said with a smile, "Ha ha! I love this kind of drizzling weather the most. It's full of poetry. Walking in this drizzling land, it's as if my soul is also receiving the cleansing of heaven and earth." Then this voice said, "Brother Yu, haha, after entering the city, are you willing to get drunk with me?" Yu Lingxue stood on top of the city gate tower and said indifferently, "Those who walk different paths cannot work together." This voice laughed softly. A wave of laughter suddenly spread, just like that. Everyone who heard this laughter suddenly felt happy and relaxed. They couldn't help but smile involuntarily. Unknowingly, the Dharma Supreme's laughter actually affected everyone. One must know that which one of the people at the city gate wasn't an earth-shattering character just by standing out, but the Dharma Supreme's laughter easily affected them. This kind of mental strength was really rare in the world. Brother Yu is still so stubborn. Forget it. After this matter is settled, you and I can sit down and have a good chat. The Dharma Supreme said with a smile. Yu Lingxue snorted. Two white shadows shot up to the sky from the city gate tower and disappeared in a flash. In the black group, in a horse carriage, a man in black sat quietly with his legs crossed. There was a faint, mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Open and above board. Yu Lingxue, you really can't change this bad habit of yours. Being open and above board is a little pedantic. If you were to hide in the dark and make things difficult for me, I would really be in trouble. But since you actually came to inform me in advance, you're courting death. The smile at the corner of the man in black's mouth widened. With a kind of heaven-shaking majesty, the Dharma Supreme's group finally arrived in front of Tianji City. They stopped quietly. Everyone bowed together. Welcome, Lord Dharma Supreme. Two men in black stepped forward and lifted the curtains of the horse carriage. Everyone, there's no need for formalities. A gentle voice said softly. Then, a black shadow suddenly appeared. There were many 8th grade supreme martial artists present, but they actually didn't notice how this black shadow appeared. Once it appeared, it was standing in front of everyone. Everyone was shocked. When they looked up, they only felt a sense of absent-mindedness, as if their lives were suddenly reversed at this moment. Back to when they were young. Back then, when they first met the Dharma Supreme, he was like now. Now he was still like back then. Dressed in a black robe, but it seemed to show endless majesty. He stood in front of the city gate with his hands behind his back, but everyone present had the illusion that the Dharma Supreme in front of them was much taller than the city gate tower of Tianji City. Although he was just standing in front of them, the feeling he gave them was obviously that he was standing in the clouds. His body was tall and straight. His face, it was really hard to tell how old this person was. It was possible to say that he was 20 years old, 30 years old, 50 years old. Even if you guessed that he was 20,000 years old, it was still possible. His long black hair was evenly parted at the middle of his head like a waterfall. His eyes were filled with warmth. Being stared at by such a gaze was like a spring breeze blowing across the earth. However, it also gave rise to this thought. In front of this pair of eyes, all the sins in the world have nowhere to hide. The Dharma Supreme took a step forward. A gentle gust of wind lifted everyone up. Everyone, please rise. Xiaosei, you finally appeared. Yidi, how are you? Lan Mushiwa, long time no see. Shi Jing, do you remember me? Li Xiangxi, have you recovered from your lovesickness? Ha! Ling Fengyan, back then I said that your name was really grand. Now it's really above the clouds. Qing Chou, let's get drunk and drown our sorrows. Chen Mingqi, nice to meet you. Zhuge Hutu, you're not muddle-headed at all. The Dharma Supreme called out the names of every leader of the big clans with familiarity. His voice was affectionate, as if they were old friends who had finally met at this moment. Everyone was also full of smiles as they came forward to exchange greetings with the Dharma Supreme. Their expressions were respectful with a hint of pride, neither servile nor overbearing. It was a joyous meeting here. However, the people of the big clans present were all shocked, and shocked again. They only felt their ears rumbling, as if a series of thunderclaps were exploding beside their ears. For no reason, the names that came out from the Dharma Supreme's mouth were the elder masters of their respective clans, the true second-generation founders of their clans. Any one of these people, if they were to appear, even the entire heavens would shake. The autumn wind rustles. The unsheathed sword is colorless. Second Grandmaster of the Shao clan, Shao Sei. The night sky is dark. The heavens is the Emperor. Second Grandmaster of the Yi clan, Yi Di. 10,000 miles of mysterious ice. The heavens are cold. 1,000 mountains of sunset snow. A petal of orchid. Second Grandmaster of the Lan clan, Lan Mushua. Since ancient times, men are sometimes limited. A stubborn stone can shock the world. Second Grandmaster of the Shi clan, Shi Jing. On the ancient path of evening mist, a man is crazy. The blood sword is red to repay kindness. Second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Li Xiangxi. Standing alone on a snowy peak, blocking the gates of heaven. One sword can rule the winds and clouds. Second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Ling Fengyan. Drifting with the wind, drifting to the four seas to disperse my sorrows. Second Grandmaster of the Li clan, Qing Sorrowful. Life is like a dream since ancient times. It's too late to regret once you see the dream. Second Grandmaster of the Qin clan, Chen Mingqi. Tao is muddle-headed, but not muddle-headed. If I'm muddle-headed, the heavens will be muddle-headed. Second Grandmaster of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Hutu. Great expert, great supreme martial artist. These were all legendary figures, their names shocking the heavens at least 1,000 years. Now, all of them had actually appeared in this place. How could it not make one feel as if they were in a dream? In hundreds of millions of years, this medicine banquet for nourishing the heavens is indeed the grandest. The Dharma Supreme smiled with his hands behind his back, walking forward slowly. Looks like this time there's a lot of hope and confidence. Everyone laughed softly. Only Zhuge Hutu of the Zhuge clan hesitated for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, I still hope that it's not so grand. With so many influential figures appearing in our Zhuge clan, if each of them were to extend a hand or kick a leg, our Zhuge clan would be gone. Lord Dharma Supreme, I can't even cry for you. The Dharma Supreme laughed and shook his head. You rascal, you're actually saying witty things at this juncture. With me here, do you think I'll let your Zhuge clan be gone just like that? All the famous supreme martial artists immediately roared with laughter. This was what Zhuge Hutu wanted to hear. Beaming with delight, he said, with the Dharma Supreme's words, we can rest assured. Everyone chatted along the way and entered the city gates. Just as they were about to enter the city gates, a voice suddenly snorted and said, Wait a minute! All of you have been putting on airs for so long. My old back is aching from waiting. Let me bring my disciple in first. Then all of you can enter. Chapter 1004. Just as the Dharma Supreme and the rest were about to enter the city gates, A voice suddenly snorted and said, "Hold on! You guys have been putting on airs for so long, my old back is aching from waiting. Let me bring my disciple in first, then you guys can enter." This voice was filled with dissatisfaction, disdain, and even a little anger. There seemed to be a kind of thought, "I'm so awesome, but I haven't put on airs yet, and you guys are already putting on airs. Are you guys better than me?" That's what it meant. This sentence was earth-shattering. Everyone was instantly shocked. They all turned to look towards the direction of the voice. On the right side of the city gates, two people were walking over slowly. One of them was dressed in a green robe that had been washed until it was white. His face was wrinkled, and he exuded a very ordinary and indifferent aura. But the expression on his face was definitely not ordinary and indifferent. It was even a little displeasure, which could be seen very clearly. He looked at the Dharma Supreme with a hint of an arrogant smile on his lips. It was obvious that he was saying, "I always find you an eyesore." Beside him stood a young girl, dressed in red. She was as adorable as a celestial pearl, with snow-white cheeks, bright eyes, and elegant soft hair. She was already considered tall for her age and had already started to develop. Her chest was slightly bulging, and her buttocks were slightly perky, which made her waist even slimmer. She was so delicate that it made one's heart ache. But she was also so stunning that it made one feel pity for her. She stood there like the rosy clouds in the sky that suddenly landed here. On the young girl's shoulder, a snow-white little fox, only the size of a palm, looked at everyone with its black eyes. It stretched out its two little claws and actually pulled open a piece of candy and threw it into its mouth with a smack. Two people were walking towards them, neither fast nor slow. One of the Chun clan's management experts was already unhappy this time. Damn it, the other clans were fine. Only our Chun clan had a batch of people wiped out, causing him to almost run for his life to rush here. When he heard the sentence, he was even more depressed. He didn't even turn his head and started scolding. Damn it, who is so daring? They must not want to live anymore. Do you know who is standing in front of you? As soon as these words came out, the early winter weather suddenly turned cold and frosty. That person slowly turned his head, and his originally lazy eyes suddenly became unfathomable. It was as if the entire universe had been sucked into his eyes. The Qin clan's second forefather, Qin Mengqi, turned pale with fright and was about to slap him. Xiao Sei, who was at the side, had already started laughing sinisterly. This saying is really true. This world lacks everything, but it doesn't lack a ***. He dares to look down on the 10 great supreme martial artists. You, a mere first-grade martial saint, actually dares to spout nonsense. The Dharma Supreme's face also darkened as he asked indifferently, "Which clan is this person from?" Chun Mingqi's face was covered in sweat. He bowed and said, "Yes, I did not teach well. I seek the forgiveness of the Dharma Supreme and Senior Bu." He bowed and did not raise his head again. With his knowledge and experience, how could he not recognize the top 3 powers in the entire heavenly layer? Angering the Dharma Supreme was secondary now, because no matter what, the Dharma Supreme would still give him some face. However, Buluqing was famous for not giving face to anyone. If he really got angry, would the Chun clan's people be wiped out here again? Looking at all the people from the Qin clan, it seemed that only he could barely escape with his life. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What kind of people had the Qin clan been raising all these years? He secretly swore that as long as nothing happened this time, he would go back and rectify the clan rules. I am already 1,000 years old. Do you think it is easy for me to lower my head just because of this one sentence? The Dharma Supreme said indifferently, "He is not scolding me. Brother Bu, what do you think?" The man in green laughed coldly and said indifferently, "What do I think? I think the world has really gone crazy. TSK, which clan is this person from? Get out here." With each word, Qin Mengqi broke out in a cold sweat. The green-robed man's eyes darkened, but all the high-level supreme martial artists present knew that this man was truly enraged. They couldn't help but look at Chun Meng-chi with a sympathetic gaze. The Chun clan had really kicked a super big iron plate this time. And this time, even the Dharma Supreme might not be able to persuade them. At the same time, everyone felt very strange. Speaking of which, the Chun clan was really unlucky. The Chun clan actually offended 3 of the 5 great powers in the heavenly layer in just 3 months. This kind of luck was really too heaven-defying to be cured. They had offended Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro, but they had only killed a few people. It was fine if they had to suffer in silence, but now they had offended Buluqing. Offending Buluqing. The consequences were far more serious than offending Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. For a moment, everyone had mixed feelings. There were those who were watching the show, those who were gloating, and those who wanted to see the world in chaos, of course. They didn't know that this time, the Chen clan had offended not only Buluqing, but also Ning Tianya. Now, the 2 of them were almost inseparable, and Buluqing had even brought his disciple out. If Ning Tianya knew about this, it could be said that his temper was very good if he didn't make a fuss at Chun Han's headquarters. The person who came was, of course, Buluqing. Buluqing was extremely angry. Along the way, he had brought his disciple on a scenic tour. The first few days were very pleasant because, with the help of his divine consciousness and elixirs, Mo Qingwu's cultivation didn't fall behind at all compared to when she was on the mountain. Instead, it improved. But after half a month, the little girl couldn't bear it anymore. She kept urging him. She urged him to look for her brother Chuyang. No matter how resourceful Buluqing was, where could he find that brother Chuyang? Therefore, from the 10th day onwards, Buluqing's days gradually became a little sad, and as time passed, day by day, this sadness became more and more unbearable. At this time, Buluqing missed Ning Tianya very much. Come back, quickly. Buluqing wrapped his arms in Mo Qingwu's embrace countless times and called out to Ning Tianya affectionately in his heart. Dear brother, please come back quickly. Come and teach your disciple. I won't fight with you for the number 1 position in the world anymore. I'll go and look for elixirs for you. But Ning Tianya couldn't hear it. It was very difficult to urge his disciple to practice martial arts under such circumstances. Every time Buluqing went to urge his disciple to practice martial arts, he would be met with a supercilious look. Then he would be greeted with a hopeful question. Have you found my elder brother Chuyang? The answer was of course no. Then, Mo Qingwu didn't say anything. She just looked at Buluqing with grief. Her big eyes started to well up with tears. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes, Buluqing would suddenly feel as if he had committed a great sin. In a moment his heart was filled with guilt, so he quietly retreated, and Mo Qingwu started to cultivate on her own, outside, supreme martial artist beside long and short. After 2.5 months, Buluqing realized that he had actually lost a lot of weight. It wasn't easy for him to bring his little grandaunt to the outskirts of Tianji City, and he actually encountered such a huge scene. After all, the Dharma Supreme was currently the supreme ruler of the heavens. So, Buluqing wanted to give him face and let them enter first. He really didn't want to get into any trouble with his disciple. If his disciple got hurt because of this, wouldn't Ning Tianya come after him? So, Buluqing waited at the side for a while. Who knew that after waiting for a while, there was no end to this bunch of bastards. The more he waited, the more frustrated and anxious he became. Finally, he saw that this bunch of people were done exchanging pleasantries and showing off. They actually started to walk towards the city gates. This made Supreme Martial Artist Bu unable to tolerate it. There's such a big bunch of you, fuck. By the time you all enter, I'll have had my fill. He directly said this sentence, and then walked in with his disciple. In Supreme Martial Artist Bu's heart, yes, you may be the Dharma Supreme, but you're not to be trifled with either. Since I've already said so, if you don't want to fight, then obediently make way for me. Let me go in first, and everything will be fine. Otherwise, I really won't hesitate to fight with you. Anyway, you don't dare to provoke me at this critical moment, huh? Who would have thought that after saying this, just as he swaggered into the city, Supreme Martial Artist Bu felt a little satisfied. It was the Dharma Supreme in front of him. Although he didn't think much of it, Mo Chingu knew how important these people were. Seeing how her teacher was so arrogant, actually walking in so unscrupulously, the little girl's eyes were already filled with worship. Buluching instantly felt a little smug as he enjoyed his disciple's worshipful gaze. He could even imagine that once they entered the city gates, his precious disciple would definitely say, "Wow, teacher, you're too awesome. I'm so. How great is that?" Who would have thought that at this juncture, someone would suddenly jump out and say such a sentence? This sentence was so merciless that it was even more unbearable than cursing. Buluching almost fainted on the spot. This world lacks all kinds of people, but it doesn't lack women. After that person, and shall say, Buluching repeated this sentence again. Suddenly he chuckled and shook his head. This sentence is really not bad, not bad. Chin Mengchi, who was bowing in front of him, already felt a little dizzy. Elder Bu, please take into account that I. Chin Mengchi stuttered. I didn't discipline you properly and caused you to suffer. I will definitely punish you severely. Chin Mengchi almost cursed all 8 generations of the person who spoke. There were 1,000 or 2,000 people from the big clans here, and no one else said anything. Who the fuck are you trying to be? Since when was it your turn to speak? Have I given you face? Chapter 1005. No. Senior Bu. Chan Mengchi bowed, knowing that there was no turning back now. He could only say, "Please punish me as you wish, Senior Bu." The Chun clan expert who had blurted out those words was already dumbfounded. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that the person he had scolded was actually a terrifying existence that the entire Qin clan could not afford to offend. Now that he saw the second Grandmaster bowing before him, unable to even apologize, he was dumbfounded. He was doomed. He was really doomed this time. He stood there blankly, feeling that the whole world was so far away from him at this moment. He did not even have the mood to come forward and apologize, because he knew that it was useless. Looking at the situation before him, even the Dharma Supreme might not be able to save him. Moreover, who was he? Why would the Dharma Supreme offend Buluching for him? It was already good enough that he did not implicate the entire Qin clan. Buluching looked at Chin Mengchi with uncertain eyes. He snorted and said, "Chin Mengchi, did you think that just because you retreated and allowed me to punish you, I would not be able to do it?" Chin Mengchi's scalp was covered in cold sweat. He bowed even lower and said, "I dare not. To be able to nurture such a descendant, your Chun clan is not too bad. Keeping you alive is also." Buluching's voice became more and more sinister. The Dharma Supreme knew that once Buluching finished his words, the Chen clan would really be gone. But for the sake of the top expert, he did not regret his words. He had to destroy the Qin clan. He hurriedly interrupted. "Brother Bu, you see, let's not implicate the entire Qin clan in this matter. It's just one person who spoke rudely. I will personally avenge Brother Bu." Without waiting for Bu Luqing to reply, he suddenly grabbed with his left hand. With a bang, that person was grabbed by him in midair. As he walked, he shrank until he was a dwarf less than 3 feet tall. Caught in his hand, he exploded with a bang, scattering into a cloud of bright red smoke. He disappeared from the world. If Chan Mengchi were to deal with this person personally, it would definitely not appease Buluching's anger. In fact, it might even become more and more intense. That was why Chan Mengchi did not dare to do it himself. But for the Dharma Supreme to handle this matter was indeed giving Buluching a lot of face, because the Dharma Supreme did not have to do anything. What kind of status did he have? Now that he was forced by Buluching to kill one of his own in public, no matter how unwilling Buluching was, he had no choice but to give the Dharma Supreme face. If the Dharma Supreme's compromise was not enough, then, in that case, they could only start a war, and all the law enforcers in the world. Buluching rolled his eyes and said resentfully, "Who asked you to be a busybody? You're quite fast." The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly, knowing that Buluching had already covered up the matter. He said, "Brother Bu, if I had not acted quickly enough, I would not have been able to handle it if Brother Bu had acted personally." Buluching rolled his eyes and said, "Am I that unreasonable?" The Dharma Supreme and the supreme martial artists of the great clans all laughed bitterly. "Are you really that unreasonable? But the problem is, when have you, Buluching, ever been reasonable?" Seeing that Chen Mengqi was still bowing, the Dharma Supreme said, "Brother Bu, let Mengqi get up. He's already so old and doesn't look good." Buluching laughed coldly. "But I'm already so old. And this is the first time in 1,000 years that I've been called an idiot." Mo Qinggu, who was at the side, looked up and corrected him with a tilted face. "Teacher, you're wrong. This is probably the 100th time that you've been called this year." Buluching was speechless, but he couldn't get angry. With a black face, he said, "Good Xiao Wu, those don't count." Everyone was sweating profusely. Even the Dharma Supreme was dumbfounded. Who would dare to call Buluching an idiot over 100 times in a year? Buluching said, "Since the Dharma Supreme has said so, why don't you get up quickly? Even the Dharma Supreme has pleaded for you in such a grand manner. If I still don't let you get up, where will the Dharma Supreme's face be?" Hearing this, Chen Mengqi didn't dare to get up even more. The Dharma Supreme's expression changed slightly, his eyes flashing. He said, "Brother Bu, I actually still have face with Brother Bu, haha." Buluching snorted. He really wanted to say, "What face do you have?" But thinking that his disciple was still in front of him, he had to maintain his image as a role model. He had no choice but to give him some face for now. Thus he put on a fake smile and said, "Of course, of course." The Dharma Supreme laughed loudly, looking very pleased. He said, "Mengqi apologized to Supreme Martial Artist Bu, and let this matter rest." Haha, if Supreme Martial Artist Bu still doesn't let this matter rest, I'll look for him every day for tea. The Dharma Supreme's words were reserved and dignified, but with a deliberate closeness to Buluching. It didn't damage his own dignity, and also elevated Buluching's status. Then he deliberately pulled their relationship closer. It could be said to be extremely appropriate. Chen Mengqi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Thank you, Supreme Martial Artist Bu, for your magnanimity. Thank you, Dharma Supreme." Buluching snorted and ignored him. He was originally famous for being arrogant and unapproachable. Back then, he alone, and with his sword, he ran rampant in the world for many years. Now that he had the same disciple as Ning Tianya, it was as if they were wearing the same pants. There was nothing to be concerned about. Only then did the Dharma Supreme look at Mo Qinggu with a smile and praise. "What a cute little girl. Brother Bu, is she your disciple?" Buluching snorted. There was finally a gentleness on his face, but he said in an eccentric tone, "Little Wu, do you know who this person with good hair is? Let Master introduce him to you, lest you offend people with your rude remarks in the future when you roam the pugilistic world and they come knocking on your door. Yes, this is the Dharma Supreme of the present world, a person that even I, your master, cannot afford to offend. A single word from him, and I have to obediently do as he says. Go forward and greet him as martial uncle." He paused and added in an eccentric tone, "If you see him in the future, don't ever call him a fool. This person is someone we can't afford to offend." The Dharma Supreme didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. He shook his head repeatedly. "Brother Bu, are you trying to tear my face off while I'm still alive?" At the side, Chen Mengqi was sweating all over again. The people of the other great clans stared at Mo Qing one after another. They wanted to firmly remember this young face that was like a celestial fairy. Bu Liuqing's disciple. Seeing Bu Liuqing like this, it was obvious that this disciple was the apple of his eye. He couldn't possibly dote on her any more. If anyone in their clan was foolish enough to offend this little girl. Yes, Chen Mengqi in front of them was a good example, and it would happen again. It would definitely be much worse than Chen Mengqi's. "Ha! You are indeed a bright pearl, a fairy-like little girl. You are really lovable." The Dharma Supreme sized Mo Qinggu up and praised her. Suddenly he stopped abruptly as if he had choked. Then he looked at Mo Qinggu greedily. He looked her up and down, the light in his eyes getting brighter and brighter. It was as if he had discovered a rare treasure. For a moment, he was actually a little absent-minded. Finally, he looked up in shock. "Brother Bu, this." Bu Liuqing raised his head proudly and said calmly, "What is this?" The Dharma Supreme looked at Mo Qinggu for a while again. Finally, he sighed. "Brother Bu, the aptitude of this little disciple of yours is really extraordinary." Bu Liuqing said reservedly, "It's nothing, just a heavenly yin body and innate spirit meridians. It's just average, haha. Although her aptitude is good, she still needs to work hard, haha." Upon hearing this, the great supreme martial artists at the side all shuddered at the same time. Heavenly yin body and innate spirit meridians. Could this be the legendary genius who could automatically gather the spiritual energy of heaven and earth without cultivating her own body? This little girl in front of them. They couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at Mo Qinggu. In an instant, dozens of pairs of eyes, like searchlights, were focused on Mo Qinggu. Then a series of gasps could be heard. Their expressions became even more fervent, especially his eyes, which were blazing hot as if he wanted to swallow Mo Qinggu alive into his stomach. Indeed, sure enough, Mo Qinggu stood there for a while, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had already gathered around her, as if a thin layer of mist had gathered around her body. Heavenly yin body and innate spirit meridians. Then they remembered Bu Liuqing's words. It's nothing, just a heavenly yin body and innate spirit meridians. They couldn't help but feel strange, and couldn't help but want to punch Bu Liuqing's smug face. At this moment, the indignation and disdain in their hearts actually suppressed their fear of Bu Liuqing. That kind of indescribable envy and jealousy made everyone feel even more depressed. "Damn it, I've never seen someone as smug as you. And it's nothing? It's nothing. But your cheeks are cracked, and it's almost reaching your ears." Everyone's gaze and emotions were complicated. After witnessing the little girl's physique, and the fact that her master was actually Bu Liuqing, everyone could already foresee that in the future, an earth-shattering figure had already begun to grow up in front of them. As long as she could grow up, this little girl's future would definitely be much scarier than Bu Liuqing's. Seeing everyone's expressions, Bu Liuqing instantly felt all the gloominess in his heart disappear, as if he had eaten honey. That satisfaction was needless to say. Awesome. Too awesome. To have this moment, it was worth it. Being scolded by Ning Tianya every day was also worth it. Envious? Envious? Jealous? Hate me? Waha, but this is my disciple. It's useless even if you're envious. The Dharma Supreme took in a breath, stepped forward and said with a burning gaze, "Brother Bu, how long have you taken in this disciple?" Bu Liuqing pretended to say, "Oh, I forgot about such a small matter. Let me think carefully." Bah! Everyone tilted their heads and spat at the same time, not bothering to hide their disdain. Even Chen Mengqi, who had just suffered a bellyful of anger, was among those who did so. How infuriating! Having taken in such a heaven-defying disciple, No matter who it was, they would probably remember the exact time of the day, and yet you still want to think about it. What's with the pretense? Chapter 1006. Everyone felt suffocated. The way they looked at Bulu Ching was not right. Some of them had already started to grit their teeth secretly. We know that you are very happy. If we had such a disciple, we might even be happier than you. But you can't be so smug under everyone's murderous gazes. Bulu Ching pretended to think hard for a while. His brows were almost wrinkled into a pile of dog poop. Then he sighed with an especially pretentious expression and said, I really can't remember. It should be less than 2 years. Ha! It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. It's just taking in a disciple. Nothing much, nothing much. Ha 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 ha! At the end, he finally could not help but laugh happily. Phut! Someone spat and cursed. It was Yi Di of the Yi clan. This elder master of the Yi clan really could not hold it in any more. His face was contorted. Bulu Ching looked at him from the corner of his eyes, but did not get angry. Yi Di, do you also think it's nothing much? Ha ha! Yi Di swallowed his saliva and resisted the urge to punch this smug old face in front of him. He said reluctantly, Yes, it's nothing much, ha ha, nothing much. Bulu Ching snorted and asked one by one, What about all of you? Do you also think it's nothing much? Everyone was at a loss for words. You can be smug all you want, but why do you have to force others to say it's nothing much? They had never seen such a thing. You're like a fucking bachelor who suddenly found a wife and had a child. You don't know what's going on anymore. If people don't praise you when they see you, it seems like you can't get rid of the itch in your heart, can you? Left with no choice, they could only twist their faces and murderously say, It's nothing much, nothing much. Bulu Ching laughed loudly. He felt that all the effort he had put in for his disciple and all the grievances he had suffered at Ning Tenya's hands over the past year had been made up for in an instant. The Dharma Supreme, however, did not speak. He only looked at Emo Chingu from head to toe. At this moment, he finally said, Brother Bu, I have a presumptuous request. Bulu Ching waved his hand and said, without giving face, Since it is a presumptuous request, I will definitely not agree to it. You better keep your mouth shut. The Dharma Supreme took a step forward, as if he did not hear what the Dharma Supreme said. He said indifferently, I want Brother Bu to let me have this disciple. What do you think? Huh? Bulu Ching tilted his head in bewilderment. He watched as the Dharma Supreme sized him up from head to toe before he spoke with a crooked mouth. I say, are you sick? The Dharma Supreme laughed and shook his head. Do I look sick to you, Brother Bu? Bulu Ching shook his head. But how did you manage to say such words? I'm quite surprised. I've never heard of anyone bringing their disciple here to play, and I've actually met someone who's snatching a disciple. The Dharma Supreme took a deep breath, his gaze solemn. Brother Bu, I am not joking with you. He took a step forward and looked at Emo Chingu with a cherished gaze. He said, Brother Bu should know that my divine embodiment of heaven and earth technique requires the best qualifications, and that is to have innate spirit meridians. When I was apprenticed to my master had once said that our divine technique can only be passed down to those with innate spirit meridians. He told me that if I were to look for a successor in the future, I would rather let the technique go to waste and disappear into the dust of history. Therefore, it must be someone with innate spirit meridians. The Dharma Supreme's tone was very solemn and humble. He even stopped referring to himself as Your Highness in front of Bulu Ching and started referring to himself as Little Brother. Brother Bu, since then, I have been searching for her. However, after so many years, I still haven't found her. Brother Bu, I have been searching for such a successor for 13,000 years. At this point, the Dharma Supreme sighed and paused for a moment. It was as if he wanted to let the concept of 13,000 years form a shock in Bulu Ching's mind. The supreme martial artists at the side all sighed in sorrow. They could completely understand the bitterness, helplessness, and the hardships of the Dharma Supreme in his words. 13,000 years. What kind of concept was that? An ordinary person's lifespan was only 100 years. It was enough for a person to die of old age and reincarnate 130 times in each lifetime. They could also completely understand the Dharma Supreme's feelings. It was extremely difficult for a young man with good aptitude to find a master teacher. However, as long as he had perseverance and determination, there would always be someone who could recognize talent and take him in as a disciple. However, it was 100 times, 1,000 times harder for a peerless master to take in a disciple who was completely compatible with him than for a disciple to find a master teacher. There are tens of billions of people in the upper and lower three heavens. To find the aptitude that one needed among these tens of billions of people, think about it yourself. The Dharma Supreme said sincerely, "If Brother Bu agrees, I will never forget Brother Bu's kindness for the rest of my life. No matter what Brother Bu asks me to do, even if it is to collapse the heavens and shatter the void, I will not frown." Every word and sentence of his was extremely solemn and sincere. Towards the end, it was almost as if he was making an oath. Everyone's hearts were heavy and they were moved by his words. They could completely feel the Dharma Supreme's desire for such a disciple. It had already reached the point where he would do anything. Collapse the heavens and shatter the void. This was the highest level of cultivation in this world, and also a legend passed down forever in this world. In 10,000 years, only 2 people had been able to do it, Supreme Martial Artist Chin Feng and Supreme Martial Artist Lu Yin. If Supreme Martial Artists were legends that ordinary martial artists could only look up to in their lifetime, then collapsing the heavens and shattering the void would be the Supreme Martial Artist's lifelong dream. An immortal legend, such a promise was extremely heavy. When collapsing the heavens and shattering the void, there would be heavenly tribulation and countless dangers that could cause your 10,000 years of cultivation to vanish in an instant. Even people like Buluqing and Ning Tianya might not be able to get through it safely. Under such heavenly tribulation, the chances of Buluqing and Ning Tianya dying and dissipating were more than 50%. However, if the Dharma Supreme agreed to help, that possibility would be reduced to the minimum, and there was even a chance of him getting through it safely. After getting through it, it would be another immortal legend after Chin Feng and Lu Yin, and an extremely long lifespan. This was a huge temptation. It was also an offer that a peak supreme martial artist could not refuse. Everyone looked at Buluqing with a complicated expression. On one hand, they were shocked by the Dharma Supreme's promise, and on the other hand, they truly understood Buluqing's cultivation from the sentence. It turned out that he was already close to that level, Buluqing snorted. And Mo Qinggu looked at the Dharma Supreme, not knowing what to do. Her little hand grabbed Buluqing's sleeve, and she pleaded pitifully, "Master, don't send me away." Buluqing instantly felt his heart ache, and he hurriedly comforted her. "My good little Wu, how can I bear to send you away? Especially to such a person. I would rather give away my heart and liver than to give you away." The Dharma Supreme said, "Brother Bu, if you agree, I can guarantee that this girl will not suffer any grievances in her life. If anyone dares to bully her, I will destroy their entire family." Buluqing fumed with anger. "There is no room for discussion on this matter. Look at how scared my disciple is. You've waited for 13,000 years. Is the waiting time too short?" The Dharma Supreme frowned. "But Brother Bu, your technique is a little too ordinary. You should know that my divine phenomenon of heaven and earth is the one that martial artists yearn for, the publicly acknowledged #1 technique in the world." Buluqing snorted. "Your divine embodiment of heaven and earth is the #1 technique? Then, where do you place the heavenly divine technique of the tribulations, Sword Master?" Once the sentence came out, everyone's expression changed instantly. the heavenly divine technique of the tribulation's sword master. These few words were a huge taboo to these people. However, Buluching had said it out loud without any restraint. In front of the Dharma Supreme, in front of all the leaders of the big clans, the Dharma Supreme narrowed his eyes and said solemnly, "So, Brother Bu, you're not going to fulfill my request." Buluching stretched out 2 fingers, shook them, and said, "Number 1, this is my disciple, a treasure that I've only found after thousands of years of searching. There's no way I'll just give it away. The only possibility is to kill me." The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. With Buluching's current cultivation, who dared to say that they could kill him? If they were not careful, they might even be killed by him. Number 2. The Dharma Supreme sighed in his heart. He had already decided to give up on this idea, but he was still reluctant to part with it. He thought to himself, "When there's no one around, I'll have a good talk with Buluching. At this moment, in front of so many people, it's really a little inconvenient." Buluching said coldly, "Number 2, even if I agree, there's someone else who won't. This disciple doesn't belong to me alone, but to both of us." "Someone else? Who?" The Dharma Supreme frowned and asked. "Her other master, Ning Tianya." Buluching said with some displeasure, "To put it bluntly, I only have half of this disciple." Buluching also only had half. Ning Tianya. When this name was spoken, it was like a bolt from the blue that struck everyone's heads. Even the Dharma Supreme's pupils shrank. The desire in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a bitter smile. With a thud, someone fell to the ground, his mouth and eyes slanted. "What the heck? This is really too shocking." The second grandmaster of the Qin clan, Qin Mengqi, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat again. The hand that he used to wipe the sweat away trembled slightly. So, provoking Buluching now is equivalent to provoking Ning Tianya at the same time? Oh my God, I'm really lucky today. The other supreme martial artists of the big clans were also shocked. They looked at the little girl with eyes that were not only drooling with desire, but also with a hint of fear and dread. Chapter 1007. Ning Tianya, the Dharma Supreme, smiled bitterly. He knew that there was no chance for this disciple. If it was only Buluching, he could still use some tricks. If it really didn't work, he would rather pay a huge price to kill Buluching and snatch the disciple. Although he had no choice but to take that step, the Dharma Supreme already had such thoughts in his mind. It wasn't that Buluching couldn't be killed. As long as the Dharma Supreme fought with him, together with the law enforcement elders and the supreme martial artists of the big clans, it was not impossible to kill Buluching. But Ning Tianya also had a share in this disciple. If that was the case, then this plan would be completely useless. This didn't mean that Ning Tianya was harder to deal with than Buluching, but Ning Tianya and Buluching teaming up was no longer as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. When the two of them teamed up, even the Dharma Supreme had to retreat. Before this, everyone knew that the strongest team in the world was Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro. But now, things had definitely changed. Ning Tianya and Buluching had already taught a disciple together. Then, was there any need to talk about their relationship? Perhaps it could be said that if there was someone whose cultivation was on par with Buluching, the only way for the two of them to fight was to perish together. However, if Ning Tianya was standing behind Buluching during the battle, then it could be said with certainty that Ning Tianya didn't even need to breathe, and Buluching would definitely win. No matter how conceited the Dharma Supreme was, he definitely wouldn't dare to say that he wouldn't be defeated by Ning Tianya and Buluching teaming up. What a joke! If the two of them teamed up, he would be satisfied if he could escape with his life. Should he mobilize the big clans to encircle and annihilate these two people? The Dharma Supreme didn't allow himself to think further, because it would definitely be a fierce battle, and the final victor might not even be his side. So Brother Ning also has a share in this disciple. If that's the case, I've been rude. The Dharma Supreme looked at Mo Chingu with some reluctance and smiled. Bulu Ching was instantly unhappy. You want to snatch my disciple, but not Ning Tianyas? Compared to Ning Tianya, is there such a big difference? Bulu Ching frowned and looked at the Dharma Supreme with some hostility. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. Brother Bu, you know what I mean. Bulu Ching said angrily, how would I know what you mean? I only know that I introduced my disciple to you. How could you elders not bring out any greeting gifts? That's too embarrassing. Everyone burst out laughing. Fuck, you took in such a good brother. We can't wait to be envious and jealous. And you actually came to us to ask for a greeting gift. Meeting gift? Mo Chingu tilted her head and looked at her master. Her clear eyes lit up. Master, is there really a greeting gift? That's for sure. Bulu Ching had already made up his mind to extort him. That's great. If that's the case, then I won't tell Master Ning about you sending me out. The little lowly happily said. Don't. My little great aunt. Bulu Ching was in a difficult situation. In fact, he seemed to have lost half of his stature in an instant. You mustn't tell this to that bastard Ning Tianya. That old thief will come after me if you tell him. Mo Chingu smiled happily. Bulu Ching was flustered and exasperated. Holding his disciple's little hand, he came before the Dharma Supreme and instructed, call him uncle. Martial uncle. Mo Ching was sweetly called out. Stretch out your hand. Bulu Ching said. Mo Chingu obediently stretched out her fair and tender little hands, like two flowers blooming under the Dharma Supreme's nose. Raising her head, she looked at the Dharma Supreme with a pitiful gaze. Master and disciple, one was shameless and the other was naive and innocent. Their cooperation was flawless. Being looked at by such a pair of eyes, even the most stingy person would start to fork out money. The Dharma Supreme smiled bitterly. What else could he do at this stage? What could he do when he met such a troublemaker like Bulu Ching? Even if he was the Dharma Supreme, what could he do? It's fate that brought us together. I really like this little girl. The Dharma Supreme smiled kindly and took out a piece of wood. It was as thick and long as a finger and stuffed it into Mo Chingwu's hand. Take this piece of wood and play with it. Her, little girl, if you are unhappy with your master in the future, remember to look for me. I live in the law enforcement city. You just have to go there and say my name. Someone will bring you to see me. Do you understand? Although he knew that it was hopeless, the Dharma Supreme still did not give up on the idea of poaching her. If your disciple runs away from home, then don't blame me, right? Bulu Ching rolled his eyes and looked at the sky. He thought to himself, I've been treating this little girl like an ancestor. Will she jump ship to your side? Dream on. Oh, Mo Chingu held the small piece of wood in her hand and was disappointed. She could not help but curse silently. Stingy. She had never seen someone give a piece of wood as a greeting gift. Moreover, it was such a small piece. Although it was very attractive, a piece of wood was still a piece of wood. Wow! Bulu Ching's eyes lit up. Starwood. Dharma Supreme, ha ha ha. You really have something good. Ha. Xiao, this is something good. Quickly, thank Uncle Dharma Supreme. I will make a ring for you when we get back. Thank you, Uncle Dharma Supreme. The little girl heard that this thing was something good. Even her own master was praising it so highly. She immediately became excited and thanked him sweetly. Then she turned to Bulu Ching and said, Master, you have to make a nicer ring. Bulu Ching was all smiles and agreed. The Dharma Supreme glared at Bulu Ching and turned to smile at Mo Chingu. No need to be so polite. Her, Xiao, what a cute little girl. Her. In his heart, he wished he could strangle Bulu Ching to death. You bastard, after extorting something from me, you actually reduced my seniority. Uncle Dharma Supreme? Doesn't that mean you are younger? However, Buluching had already held Emo Chingwu's hand and walked to Yi Di. He introduced, this you can also call him Uncle Dharma Supreme. This is the elder master of the number 1 clan. He must have a lot of good stuff in his hands. I'm afraid he won't take it out just because he is angry. Yi Di immediately had a taste of the Dharma Supreme's feelings just now. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, speechless and conflicted. He really wanted to punch this face in front of him, but he didn't dare to. He forced a smile and said, "This is a welcome gift." Then he reached into his bosom and took out a red object that was as big as a goose egg. This is the inner core of a spirit beast at the peak of level 10. Hee, it's not a good thing. Just take it and play with it. Thank you, Uncle Dharma Supreme. Emo Chingu reached out and received it. Everyone was stunned. The inner core of a 10th grade peak spirit beast. It was definitely priceless, and Yi Di gave it away without batting an eyelid. Yi Di was really rich. Yi Di was conflicted. I don't want to give it away either. However, Bulioqing's eyes are looking at me like he is searching for treasure. If I take out something inferior, won't I offend him immediately? At this moment, there was a sudden cooing sound. The little white fox on Emo Chingwu's shoulder suddenly jumped down like a sharp sword and landed in Emo Chingwu's palm. It nudged Emo Chingwu's hand with its pink nose and raised its head, its eyes full of desire. Emo Chingwu asked in surprise, "Little Snow, do you want to eat it?" The little fox nodded without hesitation. "Then eat it." Emo Chingwu smiled tenderly and picked up the inner core. The little fox was overjoyed. It stretched out its neck and swallowed the inner core of a 10th grade spirit beast in one gulp. Then it wiped its mouth in satisfaction and went back to squat on Emo Chingwu's shoulder. It closed its eyes and started to feel somewhat lazy. Wind Fox, 10th grade peak spirit beast. All the supreme martial artists present were stunned. This little fox could actually eat the inner core of a 10th grade peak spirit beast and didn't have a big reaction after eating it. Doesn't this mean that it's at least a 10th grade peak spirit beast? They didn't expect that this little girl not only had 2 peak supreme martial artists as her masters, but also had a 10th grade peak spirit beast as her pet. Everyone was sweating at the thought of this. If there was anyone who was blind enough to provoke this little girl, those below the level of 8th grade martial saint would probably be swallowed alive by the seemingly harmless little pet. Even before the 2 supreme martial artists, Buluqing and Ning Tianya, did anything, this little girl's body was actually full of traps. Anyone who stepped into any of them would be doomed eternally. However, this little girl was really a spendthrift. A priceless 10th grade peak spirit beast's inner core was given to her pet to eat without batting an eyelid. What a waste! Yi Di looked at the little fox on Emo Chingwu's shoulder, and the corners of his mouth twitched secretly. He thought that this little thing could gain Bulioqing's favor and take the top spot. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye it would be fed to a fox? This was the wind fox that had been following Emo Chingwu in the northern wastelands of the 3 heavens. Because of Emo Chingwu's love, the little fox enjoyed the limelight. It ate all kinds of treasures and shared cultivation resources with Emo Chingwu. Even when it slept in Emo Chingwu's pocket and bathed in spiritual energy. At this moment, it was already at the 10th grade peak and infinitely close to the 11th grade. After eating this 10th grade peak spirit beast's inner core, it would probably be the first wind fox in history to break through to the 11th grade. Buluqing didn't mind at all. He held Emo Chingwu's hand and walked to the next person. This is Xiao Se. You can call him Martial Uncle. He's the ancestor of the Xiao clan. He has a lot of good stuff. Martial Uncle. Emo Chingwu stretched out her little hand obediently. Xiao Se laughed and said, "This martial uncle of mine is a little shabby. He doesn't have anything good. He only knows how to fight and play with swords. How about this? I'll give little Wu niece a short sword. Girls can also use it for self-defense. Haha. Although he said so, everyone knew that a weapon that Xiao Sei gave out couldn't be ordinary. At the very least, it had to be a divine weapon. However, they didn't see that Mo Qinggu and Bu Luqing were secretly curling their lips. Chapter 1008. Sure enough, the next moment, Xiao Sei flipped his hand and an antique short sword with a sheath appeared in his palm. As soon as he pulled it out, cold light shot out. Everyone's face was green under the direct light. A wisp of cold air was projected just like that. Everyone who was close to it felt goosebumps all over their bodies. It was definitely a divine weapon. This short sword is called the Soft Heart Sword. I accidentally entered the Black Blood Forest and obtained it from there. Xiao Sei said, although it's not a top-notch divine weapon, it's exquisite and elegant. For a girl like Xiao Wu to carry such a short sword for self-defense, it really compliments her. Bu Luqing pursed his lips and looked at the short sword. He actually didn't ask Mo Qinggu to take it. It was obvious that he didn't like the short sword. Everyone was curious. What's going on? How could he not be interested in such a divine weapon? It shouldn't be. Xiao Sei held the short sword, but the other party didn't take it. He felt a little awkward. It wasn't right to take it back, and it was even more wrong to hold it there. Bu Luqing sighed and said, Xiao Wu, where's your Qing Wu dream saber? Mo Qinggu looked at him hesitantly. Teacher, this isn't good, right? In the little girl's pure heart, she felt that it was already too much to embarrass others like this. It would be too much to use the Qing Wu dream saber to attack others. Bu Luqing rolled his eyes and said, It shouldn't be, but I hate it the most when people use shoddy products to pass them off as good ones. Mo Qinggu had no choice but to pick up her saber. It was also in a simple sheath. Everyone looked at her with disdain. Even if this saber of yours is a divine weapon, how could it be better than this short sword by several levels? The next moment, Mo Qinggu pulled out the saber from the sheath. Clang! A soft sound like a dragon's roar was heard. Instantly, red light shone brightly. This saber was made by the Tribulation sword master with all his heart. The Qing Wu Dream Saber, which used all rare materials, appeared in front of the supreme martial artists at this moment in a dreamlike manner. Mo Qinggu, who was holding the Qing Wu Dream Saber, seemed to have changed into a different person at this moment. Red light surrounded her body and bits of starlight shone. At this moment, Mo Qinggu held the dreaming of a gentle dance saber. She seemed to have experienced some changes in her state of mind. There was a happy and satisfied smile on her lips, and she seemed to be a little shy. His red clothes fluttered as he stood in the gentle red light. The starlight complemented her snow-white face, her delicate eyebrows, her straight nose, and her delicate red lips. Her big eyes seemed to be able to speak. Everyone present had the illusion that a fairy was riding on a colorful cloud in the sky. She was wearing a red dress and was dancing gracefully in the white snow. Everyone seemed to be dazzled and bewildered. He felt that this was not a little girl at all. She was clearly a peerless beauty, but there was a trace of sorrow on her face. There was a trace of sadness and a heart full of deep affection. They danced gently and passionately, filled with an ethereal and unreal feeling. What they didn't know was that if Chu Yang were to see this moment of drawing the saber, he would definitely be dumbfounded and tears would flow down his face. This was exactly the image of Mo Qinggu dancing gracefully in a red dress that Chu Yang had seen in the void when he was on the verge of death in his previous life. As she danced, the world was in a state of sadness. Just by drawing the saber, it actually created a beautiful, fairyland-like, dreamy feeling. There was no need to compare at all. Xiao Sei sighed dejectedly and said, This saber of this girl's is thousands of times stronger than my short sword. It can't even be compared. He took a step back and didn't speak anymore. Xiao Sei, I'm not humiliating you, am I? Buluqing said. Everyone rolled their eyes at once. If you're not humiliating him, what are you? Unexpectedly, Xiao Sei nodded and said, That's right. With this saber in hand, all the sabers and swords in the world are like grass. I won't even look at them. What's there to humiliate? Buluqing laughed loudly. However, you still owe my disciple a meeting gift. I'll remember this debt for you. Everyone was sweating profusely. It's already like this, and I still owe your disciple a meeting gift. Next, Buluqing extorted them one by one. Then he took Emo Chingu and left with a smile. His sleeves fluttered as he entered Tianji City. Behind him, everyone was silent. This old thing. The Dharma Supreme shook his head and sighed. Let's not just stand there, let's go in together. Everyone nodded in agreement. Although the incident with Buluqing just now, it didn't affect the dignity of these people at all. What kind of person was Buluqing? He was publicly recognized as the pinnacle of the world. It was already an honor for him to ask for something from you. There were quite a number of supreme martial artists here, a total of 50 of them. However, only 10 of them were worthy of Buluqing asking for something, and all of them were even addressed as Uncle Master by Buluqing's disciple. Although this Uncle Master was really a little too valuable, all the supreme martial artists felt a little pained, but they didn't show it on their faces. Furthermore, the other people were looking at them with envy in their eyes. Why didn't supreme martial artist Bu ask for something from me? Because my level isn't high enough. Sigh. Thinking of this, some of the supreme martial artists who didn't get asked for something from Buluqing started to feel sorry for themselves. Life was such a wonderful thing. When you were nothing, asking for something from others was humbling and losing your dignity, especially when you reached out and forced something from others. That was what a hooligan, ruffian, or robber would do. But when you were high and mighty, reaching out and asking for something of the same nature was a reflection of your demeanor. Moreover, you were giving a lot of face to the person you were asking for something from. Not only would others not scold you, they would even feel honored and grateful to you. And this was commonly known as status. Therefore, although the supreme martial artists felt pained, they wouldn't blame anyone. The one who asked for something was Buluqing. The one who received it was the disciple of both Buluqing and Ning Tianya. Only the second grandmaster of the Zhuge clan, Zhuge Hutu, who was walking at the back, had a bitter expression on his face. Heavens, earth. Our Zhuge clan has really hit the jackpot this time. The second grandmasters of the big clans had gathered. The Dharma Supreme, Buluqing, Yuling Xue, and Feng Yuro were all here. And there was also a mysterious woman in the city. That mysterious woman was at least of Buluqing's level. My God! Once a fight breaks out, I'll go back and give that little fool Zhuge Shanyan a good spanking. Damn it, that bastard has a crow's mouth. He still remembered that the little boy had jokingly said that day, if Ning Tianya and Buluqing also come, well, this damn mouth is simply a jinx. Tianji City, Orchard Palace. Zi Xieching, who was practicing martial arts, opened her eyes quietly. There was a trace of interest in her eyes. She said, A few more powerful people have come. Chu Yang, who was opposite her, asked with great interest, How powerful are they? The 4 of them may not be below you, Ling Xue and Feng Yuro. Zi Xieching frowned slightly and said, Moreover, there are 2 of them who are definitely above them. Oh, Chu Yang frowned. Suddenly he was startled. Why did you suddenly mention you Ling Xue and Feng Yuro? A few days ago I fought with the couple. Zi Xieching said lightly, Those 2 people are not weak at all. Huh. Chu Yang's eyes widened. Fought? How? Of course it was just me. I beat them both. Zi Xieching said lightly. You won. Chu Yang was really shocked this time. He didn't know when this sister actually went out to fight with Yuling Xue and Feng Yuro. He suddenly remembered the news he heard at Shui Yu restaurant that day and instantly understood. It seemed that it was that day. What do you think? Will I lose? Zi Xieching looked at him lightly. Chu Yang was speechless. However, the Moon Breeze couple is still not bad. Zi Xieching looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. She said, moreover, because the martial arts they practice is Moon Breeze as one, so… Haha, it's also a chance for you. My chance? Chu Yang was stunned. Yes, this is your chance. Zi Xieching said calmly, wind and moon as one is a kind of dual cultivation technique. Wind and moon as one. Moon breeze as one is the most efficient dual cultivation technique. Once you practice it, you will never be separated. Once you practice it, you will never leave each other. However, there is also a huge disadvantage. If you can't practice it to the highest level of dual cultivation, you will never be able to have a child. Chu Yang opened his mouth wide. Because no matter when and where the two of them are, this moon breeze as one will always be in harmony and will never be separated. Even if they are separated by two places, their divine senses can still be entangled with each other. Therefore, they are absolutely inseparable. But if they want to have a child, there are only two possibilities. One is to master the martial arts and be able to freely control the operation of the martial arts. The second is to stop using divine senses and not operate the martial arts. But the two of them have already reached this stage. Obviously, it is impossible. But not having a child is the biggest regret of their lives. Zi Xieching looked at Chu Yang quietly. You understand what I mean? Chu Yang nodded and then shook his head. I understand what you mean. But what do you mean by saying that this is a chance for me? Zi Xieching was exasperated. You really don't know. Chu Yang scratched his head. But Feng Yuro, she also doesn't like me. And my cultivation is so low I can't use force, even if I want to. Zi Xieching's face instantly turned red and her eyebrows raised. She kicked this detestable guy and made him roll on the ground. Bastard! What are you thinking of in that dirty mind of yours? Chu Yang was sent flying by the kick. He laughed loudly. Then he said, what is the solution? If it is based on medical skills, I really don't know what medical skills can make such a technique give birth. Zi Xieching waved her hand and a huge divine sense shrouded the small courtyard. You may not be able to, but you are the tribulation sword master. There is a solution. Zi Xieching said lightly, as long as you can open up a new space in your tribulation space and can accommodate living people. Bring the two of them in. Then, use the heavens splitting divine technique to isolate their divine senses and use your treasure, the lust poison of the lust dragon, to feed each of them. That will do. Chapter 1009. Chu Yang frowned and said, I see. But then he thought again and said, that's not right. Why would the two of them agree to this method? Chu Yang smiled bitterly. In my tribulation space, their words and actions can't be hidden from me. They are all at the peak of supreme martial artist level. How could they? What you said is equivalent to not saying anything at all. Zi Xieching's face was red, and she said angrily, with their cultivation, if they don't want you to hear and see, do you think you can peek at them with your insignificant strength? Chu Yang still shook his head. It's still absolutely not feasible. No matter what, they won't agree. Even if I can't see it, this is still a huge humiliation to the two of them. So, you're totally wrong about this matter. Chu Yang had absolute confidence that the Moon Breeze couple would definitely not accept such a method. Even if this method had a 10% chance of success, it was still absolutely not feasible. This involved the most fundamental issue of human dignity. If it were an ordinary person, they would definitely not agree, let alone you Ling Xue and Feng Yuro, whose names shook the heavens. Zi Xieching fell silent. After a long while, she said, maybe I'm thinking too simply. The shame and dignity of humans and some other things are all things that I can't understand now, or I haven't tried to understand. Chu Yang nodded. That's right. Zi Xieching frowned and said, in that case, it's going to be troublesome. Chu Yang said in horror, you haven't already recommended me, have you? Not yet. Zi Xieching frowned and said, but I've already told them that the Moon Breeze couple is not infertile. There's a way. She smiled bitterly. Right now, the two of them are probably looking for me all over Tianji City. I originally planned to recommend you to them once they find me. Then, when the time is right, you'll help them. Now it's a little troublesome. Chu Yang was stunned. He suddenly shouted, Big sister, you're not just a little troublesome. You're in big trouble. If I really told them that, I'm sure I'll be killed immediately. I'm going to faint. Big sister, you actually let the husband and wife do that right under my nose. And you even want me to use the heavenly level technique to help. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He said speechlessly, Big sister, what are you thinking? Zi Xieching was also a little embarrassed. Realizing her mistake, she blushed and said, I didn't think so much at that time. Chu Yang was speechless. He stood up and turned around. Then he said, You still can't think of this? Io, my big sister Zi, if you put yourself in their shoes if we were to do it in front of others. Shut up. Papa. Puff, 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 puff. Chu Yang hadn't even finished speaking when he was slapped twice in the face. Then his lower abdomen was kicked a dozen times in quick succession. His buttocks flew out like a shooting star with a whooshing sound. With a loud bang, a hole was smashed into the wall 70 feet away. Then it tumbled a few times before it fell to the ground with its arms and legs spread out. Zi Xieching's angry and embarrassed voice could be heard. She seemed to be gritting her teeth. Chu Yang, you damned rogue. Chu Yang lay down with his arms and legs spread out. He looked at the sky, speechlessly. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. What happened to my hooligan? Am I being wronged? I swear to the heavens, with my conscience as my witness, it was really just an example. I really didn't mean anything else, just as he was about to get up from the ground. He smelled a delicate fragrance. He opened his eyes and saw Wu Qianqian standing right in front of him. Why are you here? Chu Yang got up from the ground awkwardly and patted the dust off his body. I thought these few days you've been treating my injuries, so I came to see where you're staying. Wu Qianqian smiled and looked at him curiously. What happened to you? When I just arrived, I saw you rushing out like a cannonball. What's so urgent that you didn't even jump over the wall, but directly rushed out from the wall? And your buttocks were facing forward. Chu Yang grinned awkwardly. You saw it all. I saw it all. Minister Chu, don't tell me you were kicked out by someone. Wu Qianqian playfully blinked her eyes. She playfully looked at the clear and petite footprint on Chu Yang's chest. She smiled faintly. I didn't expect our all-powerful minister Chu to have such a side to him. Chu Yang's face was full of black lines. He spread out his hands and said, it's my bad mouth that angered the beauty. Angered the beauty? Wu Qianqian's eyes flashed with a strange light. She said, Don't tell me that one of your sweethearts is inside. She walked in as she said, This I want to see for myself. Chu Yang wanted to stop her in a hurry. He said anxiously, No, this. Wu Qianqian reached out and pushed him away gently. She smiled and said, What are you afraid of? I'm a married woman now. Don't tell me I'll eat your sweetheart up? Chu Yang was tongue-tied. Wu Qianqian had already pushed open the door and walked in. Chu Yang had no choice but to follow behind Wu Qianqian into the orchard palace. He thought to himself, What's wrong with this? I'm not afraid of crooked shadows. There are 2 women inside. One is my sister, and the other has nothing to do with me. There are no emotional entanglements. It's fortunate that there aren't any. Otherwise, I'm still far from being able to beat her. How am I going to spend my days? Wouldn't that mean that even the right to sleep with her would have to depend on her mood? That's impossible. Moreover, Wu Qianqian is now the Empress of Iron Cloud. No matter what, she can't control me. Even though he said this, Chu Yang still felt that something was very wrong in his heart. Even he himself didn't know where this feeling of uneasiness came from. The environment of your orchard palace is really not bad. Although it's not as central as the Jiaxiu building where I live, in terms of elegance it's much better. Wu Qianqian was full of praise for the layout of the orchard palace as she walked. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Diwu Qingrou's fragrance when he first arrived. He couldn't help but be startled. He said, "Could it be that Diwu Qingru used some tricks to get this place for me? But why?" These few days, Wu Qianqian was extremely comfortable. Every day, Chu Yang would go to treat her injuries. To Wu Qianqian, being able to see each other every day was already an infinite satisfaction and happiness. Although Chu Yang still misunderstood, Wu Qianqian already knew that there was only a thin layer of window paper left. It would be broken with a poke. Once Chu Yang knew the truth, with his temper, he would definitely not let her down. Therefore, she was very happy during this period of time. She even had some expectations after Chu Yang left. She didn't go out. She stayed in the Jiaxiu building to cultivate. Moreover, the two masters Yu Lingxue and Feng Yuro didn't alert the Zhuge clan. They only took advantage of their disciple and stayed in the Jiaxiu building to cultivate in seclusion. In the Moon Breeze couple, Yu Lingxue was the leader. Therefore, he was also under a lot of pressure. Since the battle with Zi Xieching, he basically cultivated in seclusion every day to cultivate in the new realm. Chu Yang went a few times but didn't see him even once. This day, when Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue went out to welcome the Dharma Supreme, it was actually a form of battle. According to Yu Lingxue's intention, if they were to fight, they would fight vigorously and vigorously. Whoever won or lost, lived or died, there would be no complaints. Wu Qianqian didn't think much of this. Since they were enemies, why did they have to be so obvious? You can be open to others, but others may not be open to you. She tried to persuade him, but Yu Lingxue was stubborn. How could he listen to her? He actually went out directly. Wu Qianqian had no choice but to look for Chu Yang to discuss. Every time she reached a point where she couldn't do anything, Wu Qianqian would feel a sense of reliance. If Chu Yang was by her side, he would definitely have a solution. Moreover, Wu Qianqian was also very helpless. Some solutions could be used by Chu Yang, but she couldn't. The difference between a man and a woman was actually expressed in every aspect. Therefore, she did what she thought. After her master left, she went straight to the orchard palace. Who would have thought that she would coincidentally see her omnipotent hero being kicked out by someone, looking at the shoe print on her chest? She was obviously very petite. Wu Qianqian's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Such violence. She suddenly felt a little uneasy. This woman was obviously very important to Chu Yang. She had never seen anyone treat Chu Yang like this. But Chu Yang didn't care at all. Looking at it this way, this woman was definitely the one Chu Yang loved the most. She was also the biggest obstacle in her future. Moreover, she was also going to be a sister who would accompany her for the rest of her life. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian felt very shy, a little fearful, and a little indignant. With such a bad temper, how would they get along in the future? No matter what, the man was the head of the family. How could he be kicked around by a woman? Therefore, no matter what, Wu Qianqian had to meet this woman today. This was a matter of life and marriage. She couldn't be careless. It was better to have a good relationship in advance than to have an awkward relationship in the future. Wu Qianqian blushed, and her heart thumped wildly. She actually had the feeling of an ugly daughter-in-law is about to meet her parents-in-law. Even when Chu Yang was beside her, she didn't hear what he said clearly. She dizzily stepped into the orchard palace. Just as she entered, she heard a voice angrily scolding. "Chu Yang, Stinky hooligan! Stinky hooligan! Chuyang! Wu Qianqian was stunned and turned to look at Chuyang. Chuyang rubbed his nose and smiled bitterly. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Actually, it's just a misunderstanding. When did I act like a hooligan? You know me too. I've always been upright, pure and noble. I don't even know how to act like a hooligan." Wu Qianqian wrinkled her nose and snorted. She said, "You don't know?" Chuyang said seriously, "I really don't know. Why don't you teach me?" Wu Qianqian blushed and rolled her eyes at him. She scolded, "I didn't scold you wrongly, stinky hooligan." Chapter 10:10. Chuyang was really helpless now. "I really don't know how to be a hooligan. I'm definitely not bragging about this. Usually it's the women who are hooligan to me, and I'm always cold towards them." He was truly full of righteousness, and his sleeves were clean like the wind. "When we were in the lower three heavens, you and I went to many banquets and occasions, and we've met before. When have I ever been a hooligan to anyone? Why are you turning your back on me now?" Wu Qianqian snorted and asked in a low voice, "What did you do? How did you make this sister so angry?" "Isn't it because of you?" Chuyang wanted to say, "Isn't it because of your master?" But when the words were at the tip of his tongue, he suddenly stopped and became speechless. How could he say this out loud? Should he say, "Because of your master's infertility"? If he really said this, what would Wu Qianqian think? He could only shut his mouth awkwardly. However, this sentence had a different meaning in Wu Qianqian's ears. "Isn't it because of you?" Because of me? Why is it because of me? Could it be? Wu Qianqian instantly became extremely shy. She rolled her eyes at him and scolded in a low voice, "Hooligan!" Chuyang was speechless. "Looks like I can't take off this hooligan hat today." While they were talking, the two had already reached the door. Zi Xieching naturally had already sensed that there were guests. She lifted the door curtain and came out. When she lifted the door curtain, one inside the door and the other outside the door, the two of them were stunned. Both Wu Qianqian and Zi Xieching did not expect that the person standing in front of them would be such a beauty. Zi Xieching was dressed in white today, like snow and frost. Standing in the door, she was like 1,000 years of ice and snow, lonely and cold. Wu Qianqian was still dressed in black, but she looked simple and elegant with an inexplicable faint temperament, like a deep valley orchid, blooming alone, fragrant alone. 1,000 years of ice and snow. Even after 1,000 years, even after going through the vicissitudes of life, was still lonely and cold. A deep valley orchid, no matter if there was someone or not, was still blooming alone and fragrant alone. Facing each other, the two of them had the same thought. There's actually such a beauty in the world. Chuyang, who was at the side, was also stunned. When the two peerless beauties stood together like this, the visual impact on men was absolutely unparalleled. Actually, there were still some differences between the two. Zi Xieching's face was flawless, exquisite and graceful, unattainable, but with a kind of illusory indifference. There was only one word to describe Zi Xieching: perfect. It was perfect. The most beautiful eyes, the most beautiful eyebrows, the most beautiful face shape, the most beautiful lips, the most beautiful ears, the most beautiful skin, the most beautiful hair, all gathered on one person. It was no exaggeration to say that this kind of beauty did not belong to the human world. Compared to Zi Xieching, Wu Qianqian's looks were not as perfect. However, Wu Qianqian's beauty was real. Moreover, there was a kind of extreme toughness hidden within an extreme softness. She was extremely cold, yet she could make people feel warm. It made people feel that this woman needed protection the moment they saw her, but when they took a closer look, they realized that she didn't need it. It was a beauty of extreme contradiction. On Wu Qianqian's body, it was completely unified. If she were to be described as a flower, Zi Xieching would be like a snow lotus in the ice and snow at the end of the vast ocean, proud and arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Qianqian would be like a pure white orchid on the cliff of a quiet valley, leaving the world alone with its fragrance, pure and beautiful. This is... Zi Xieching looked at Wu Qianqian silently for a while and asked Chu Yang, "Well, let me introduce you. This is Miss Zi. She is slightly older than us. You can call her big sister Zi." Chu Yang introduced attentively, "This is my senior sister, Wu Qianqian. I've mentioned her to you before." Zi Xieching replied with an "oh" and smiled, like 100 flowers blooming together. Miss Wu is really a rare guest. Please come in." She turned and asked Chu Yang, "What do you mean? Do you mean I'm very old?" Chu Yang was sweating profusely. He finally remembered something. Women, especially for beautiful women, age was their biggest taboo. If one said that she was old, she would automatically think of the word old. If one said that she was young, she would automatically think of the word not mature enough, not charming enough. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Being a man is not easy. I really don't know how those men with multiple wives and concubines live. Big Sister Zi. Wu Qianqian smiled slightly, with a hint of flattery and humility, but also appropriately showed a neither servile nor overbearing attitude. She smiled gently and said, "Let's not lower ourselves to his level." Well, the word "we" immediately pulled the relationship between the two of them closer and excluded Chu Yang from the equation. Zi Xieching blinked and smiled. "Sister, you're right. Come, please come in. I'll make you some tea." She held Wu Qianqian's arm and walked intimately into the room. Chu Yang was a little stunned. He really didn't expect that women were more straightforward than men in making friends. It was only the first time they met, and they were already so intimate? Wu Qianqian said, "How would I dare to trouble Big Sister Zi? Just tell me where to put it. I'll do it myself." She looked at Zi Xieching and actually couldn't see through her cultivation. She couldn't help but be shocked. "Looks like this sister is an expert." Zi Xieching said, "Sister, you're really talented. You're already a 3rd-grade martial saint." It's really incredible to have such cultivation at such a young age. Wu Qianqian smiled and said, "Big sister, you're even more brilliant. I can't even see through you." The two of them talked intimately across the table, but in the end it was totally irrelevant. Shrouded by clouds and mist, one smiled gently while the other smiled amiably. But both of them knew that this wasn't the case. Chu Yang looked at them with a headache. Wu Qianqian thought, "No wonder Chu Yang is so devoted to her and can't forget her. She's indeed a peerless beauty. In comparison, I'm really a little inferior. I wonder how she's looking at me now." Zi Xieching thought, "This little Anai seems to be infatuated with Chu Yang. One look and I can tell that she's infatuated with him. Looking at this etiquette, it seems like she's treating me as Chu Yang's legal wife. Is she here as a concubine to show weakness? Humph. Little Anai, you're mistaken. I won't expose you. Let's see what little Anai has to say first." "Miss Wu, there must be something important for you to come here. Shall I leave for a while?" Zi Xieching smiled reservedly. No need. Sister, you've misunderstood." Wu Qianqian hurriedly said, "It's just that there's something that I can't make up my mind on." "Sister, you're very meticulous. You can help me come up with ideas here. Think of something." Zi Xieching said, "Oh." Chu Yang also perked up. "It's like this." Wu Qianqian perked up and looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. She said, "My 2 teachers were originally law enforcement officers, but now that the time of 10,000 years is up, the Tribulation Sword Master is about to appear. So my 2 teachers and the Dharma Supreme had conflict. Both of them had different paths and went their separate ways. Now they're already sworn enemies." Chu Yang and Zi Xieching couldn't help but perk up their ears. They knew that what Wu Qianqian said today might be the secrets that the two of them didn't know and hadn't come into contact with. Why? Chu Yang asked. Even though our paths are different, how can our 10,000 years of friendship be erased just like that? Wu Qianqian explained, It's like this. The law enforcement officers are an organization passed down by the people who founded the heavens. The mission of the law enforcement officers is to ensure the peace and stability of the heavens, to punish evil and promote good, and to protect the world. Moreover, there's an unwritten rule. Under normal circumstances, the law enforcement officers can only stand on one side. But if the Tribulation Sword Master is at a disadvantage in a battle with a big clan, the law enforcement officers must help the Tribulation Sword Master. On the other hand, if the Tribulation Sword Master is at an advantage, the law enforcement officers can just sit back and watch the big clan perish. For 10,000 years, when the first 8 Tribulation Sword Masters appeared, the law enforcement officers strictly followed this rule. They would always help the Tribulation Sword Master when he was in a difficult situation. Wu Qianqian's gaze was a little complicated. I see. Chu Yang suddenly understood. It's said that the current Dharma Supreme is the law enforcement master of the law enforcement officers from 13,000 years ago. Wu Qianqian said, when the previous Dharma Supreme reached the end of his life, he passed the position of Dharma Supreme to this Dharma Supreme and left the world at ease. Wu Qianqian emphasized the words left the world at ease, as if she was hinting at something. Or rather, she herself was also suspecting something. Left the world at ease, left the world at ease. Chu Yang slowly chewed on the words, left the world at ease, the more he thought about it. He raised his eyebrows and said, so, at least when this Dharma Supreme first took over the position of Dharma Supreme, he was resolutely supporting the Tribulation Sword Master. It was only later on that there were other changes. Wu Qianqian nodded and said, after the Dharma Supreme took over, he was more capable and more prestigious than the previous Dharma Supremes. Therefore, my teacher was also willing to support him. But just some time ago, when the news of the Tribulation Sword Master's birth came out, the Dharma Supreme made the decision to go against the Tribulation Sword Master. My teacher couldn't stand such capriciousness. Moreover, their lifelong belief was to continue the responsibility of the law enforcement officers. My teacher felt that the Dharma Supreme's actions had gone against the original intention of the law enforcement officers. He was resolutely against it. If this continued, the Tribulation Sword Master of this generation would have no chance at all. Therefore, my teacher decisively left the law enforcement officers and chose another path. And this path was to become the enemy of the Dharma Supreme. Because if the Tribulation Sword Master were to die, then the entire heavenly continent would collapse again. This is very possible, Wu Qianqian said. So there's such a reason. Chu Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Zi Xieching's heart skipped a beat. She asked, your teachers are the Moon Breeze Supreme Martial Artists? Wu Qianqian nodded and said, yes. Zi Xieching's eyes narrowed. She said, but you obviously didn't cultivate the moon breeze as one technique. Wu Qianqian looked at her with admiration and said, sister's eyes are really sharp. You can even see this. She paused and said with a red face, but although the moon breeze as one technique is powerful, it requires 2 people to cultivate it together. And Zi Xieching said, isn't that simple? You can just cultivate it with Chu Yang. Moreover, if you cultivate it with Chu Yang, there will be endless benefits. Many problems can be easily solved. Wu Qianqian instantly blushed. Chapter 10:11. Endless Benefits. Chu Yang asked in astonishment. That's right. Zi Xieching became serious and said, Moon Breeze is one among all the dual cultivation techniques that I have seen. It is undoubtedly the best. Wu Qianqian didn't think much of this, but Chu Yang was deeply moved. All the techniques that Zi Xieching had seen? How many were there? But Moon Breeze as one was ranked first. The Moon Breeze as one heart technique clearly has room for further development. Zi Xieching said, "It doesn't seem very powerful now, but for all the dual cultivation techniques in the past, because of the fact that one of the couple uses the yin to supplement the yang or the yang to supplement the yin, one of the couple will definitely be in a weaker position and can't progress together. But the Moon Breeze couple is completely balanced. The most important point is when this technique is cultivated, one can easily come into contact with the void of the great Tao." Zi Xieching said, "This is the most precious part." She looked up at Chu Yang and said, "Your Tao state is different from theirs. Yours is heaven and earth, but theirs is yin and yang. Do you understand if I put it this way?" "I understand." Chu Yang nodded. "And if the two of you cultivate together, due to your special characteristics and techniques, you don't have to worry about having children." Zi Xieching said, "In this way, to solve that problem, it can also promote." Zi Xieching's words were vague, but Chu Yang understood. He frowned and pondered silently. Wu Qianqian listened at the side, but she didn't quite understand. "In this way, in the final stage, Feng Yuro and Yu Lingxue will be a very easy couple." Zi Xieching said, "When the sky collapses and the void shatters, because others bear the heavenly power alone. But they share the burden with two people, and because of their techniques, the two of them become one. Won't it be easy to not cause the heavenly power to double?" Chu Yang said, "I see." "So, they will be like Qin Feng and Lu Yin. As long as they don't die prematurely, they will become another pair of immortal couple." Zi Xieching said lightly. "Ah." Chu Yang jumped up from the chair as if he was hit on the head. He said, "Qin Feng and Lu Yin are a couple? A man and a woman? Not two men?" Zi Xieching did not know whether to laugh or cry. "What you said is really ridiculous. Can two men become husband and wife?" Chu Yang sat down in a daze. The eternal legend of the Chongtian continent, Qin Feng and Lu Yin. They were actually a couple? Why didn't anyone know about this? Everyone knew that Qin Feng and Lu Yin were rivals. But who knew that they were husband and wife? Beside him was Wu Qianqian. His face was also filled with shock. It was because of the explosive news and Zi Xieching's profound knowledge. Now, she finally realized that Zi Xieching was not an ordinary person. Moreover, Wu Qianqian had a vague feeling that when Sister Zi mentioned her master, she seemed to be talking about a junior. Furthermore, even Qin Feng and Lu Yin did not seem to be in her eyes. Thinking of this, Wu Qianqian felt even more horrified. Could it be that she wasn't Chu Yang's sweetheart? Wu Qianqian lowered her head. No matter how thick-skinned Wu Qianqian was, she couldn't take it anymore. Think about it carefully. Zi Xieching looked at Chu Yang meaningfully. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. "Sister Wu, please continue." Zi Xieching said. Wu Qianqian blushed and calmed the waves in her heart. She said, "Just this morning, the Dharma Supreme is about to reach Tianji City. My two masters don't want to be enemies with others secretly. They have already rushed over to welcome the Dharma Supreme and at the same time to issue a letter of challenge." "Issue a letter of challenge?" Chu Yang asked speechlessly. "Yes." Wu Qianqian frowned and said, "They said that they want an open and above-board battle." "An open and above-board battle?" Chu Yang was even more speechless. He couldn't help but say, "These two masters of yours are really a little too extreme. For such a matter, who would want to have an open and above-board battle with them? There are only two of them. The other party is the law enforcement officer of the entire Chongtian, with all the resources of a big clan that has ruled the Chongtian for tens of thousands of years. How can they have an open and above-board battle? This is what I'm worried about." Wu Qianqian sighed. "If it's a truly fair battle, there won't be any tricks. We won't have to worry about anything. life and death, victory and defeat, all the more we won't complain. But the problem is that the other party will definitely not be willing to have an open and above-board battle with them. Chu Yang frowned and said, "That's right. But Master Yu thinks that there is no common ground for such a matter. Besides, both parties have known each other for tens of thousands of years. It's not right to fight without a declaration." Wu Qianqian smiled bitterly. "My Master Yu is a very upright person." Chu Yang smiled and said, "I can see that. People like Yu Lingxue should be the kind of people who pursue perfection in their moral integrity and conduct. They would do what they say and be above board. No matter what they do, they would have a clear conscience. Such a person's character was a natural-born hero. He would rather break than bend and die than submit. No matter what, he would never give up on his beliefs and principles. Such a person was admirable, but also pedantic. Pedantic and hateful, but also pedantic and adorable. I'm worried that the two of them will be schemed against by the Dharma Supreme and the others in the future battle." Wu Qianqian frowned and said worriedly, "That's why I'm here to discuss with you in advance. Don't worry, don't doubt, they will definitely be schemed against." Chu Yang said with certainty, "I'm afraid that even now the other party is already scheming against them." He laughed bitterly. Faced with such a firm and principled enemy, if they didn't scheme against them, they would be fools. Yes, on this point, Wu Qianqian and Chu Yang absolutely had the same view. But what should they do about such a matter? Remind them? They were afraid that it would be useless. These two people had lived like this for tens of thousands of years. How could it be easy for them to change? I've already reminded them. Moreover, I've also analyzed the worst-case scenario for them. But the two masters are very stubborn. Wu Qianqian saw that Chu Yang was looking at her. She knew what he wanted to ask. So she spoke bluntly. It's a very simple matter. But to do it and change their views is as difficult as ascending to heaven. Chu Yang frowned and said, "If they don't suffer a little, I'm afraid they won't change." That's right. In the current situation, we definitely can't let them suffer, because once they suffer, they will be consigned to eternal damnation. Wu Qianqian frowned and sighed. As long as the Dharma Supreme makes a move, then we have absolute confidence in killing them. That's why we let them suffer first before we try to persuade them. It won't work. Chu Yang frowned, stood up and paced slowly. This is really the sorrow of good people. Chu Yang sighed. Good people were all like this. They would rather be betrayed than be betrayed. They would always have to suffer loss before they would realize that not all sincere efforts will be exchanged for sincere returns. At that time, they would slowly become more scheming. But at that time, wasn't that the sorrow of life? What you mean is, if there's really a trap, then let them fall into a dangerous situation first, and let them understand how despicable the other party is and how foolish and pedantic they are. In future operations, we will abandon such foolish methods. Zi Xieching frowned and asked. Yes. Chu Yang looked deeply at Zi Xieching. This matter needs to be considered at length. Zi Xieching nodded her head in understanding. Chu Yang faintly felt that Wu Qianqian seemed to have a faint suspicion of his identity, but it was still far from being certain. Although Chu Yang still didn't know why Wu Qianqian had such suspicions, he would definitely not reveal his identity now. This was also a form of protection for Wu Qianqian. Chu Yang, what do you think we should do? Wu Qianqian asked helplessly. Teacher is very good to me. I don't want anything to happen to them. This matter can't be rushed now, right? Chu Yang said. It's already very close. Wu Qianqian said. The medicine banquet selection will be held 3 days later. The selection will probably take 10 days. After 10 days, there will be half a month of rest. After that, it will be the semifinals. The semifinals will take 10 days. After that, There will be another rest to ensure that all the pharmacists who pass the semifinals will enter the finals in a perfect state of mind. During this process, in the end, the people of the Medicine Valley and the great supreme martial artists will use their mental strength to create a kind of aura. In this aura, the pharmacists will walk step by step. The final winner will gather the fate energy of all the top pharmacists in the entire heavenly realm. Wu Qianqian said, "Under such circumstances, the champion pharmacist will personally refine the heaven-nourishing jade. And this process will mainly use mental strength and fate energy to refine the medicine. In the refining area, under the joint efforts of dozens of supreme martial artists, they will break open the great Tao void and direct the power of the heavenly way to infuse it with fate energy. Only then will the heaven-nourishing jade be formed. Then it will be the heaven-nourishing jade. During this process, my two masters will definitely make a move to destroy it, and I'm afraid it will be the most crucial time for the heaven-nourishing jade." Wu Qianqian said, "At the very most, there will be less than 3 months until the heaven-nourishing jade." "I see." Chu Yang took a deep breath and his eyes flashed. Until now, he had truly understood the so-called medicine banquet's procedures. But what he didn't expect was that he actually understood it from Wu Qianqian, using mental strength to create an aura, gathering all the fate energy into the champion, and refining the heaven-nourishing jade actually used fate energy to refine medicine. But he didn't know how to refine medicine with fate energy. Chu Yang frowned and pondered. The sword spirit in the tribulation space was still in seclusion and didn't care about the outside world. This couldn't give him an answer, and direct the power of the heavenly way to infuse it, make the heaven-nourishing jade. It was so complicated. Chu Yang suddenly felt a little greedy for this direct power of the heavenly way to infuse it. The benefits of this should be quite great, right? To be continued. Chapter 10-12. Such an event. If a supreme martial artist is free, he can hold it any time. Why must it be held once every 1,000 years? Zi Xiqing asked. It must be because the amount of fate energy needed to refine the heaven-nourishing jade can only be accumulated in at least 1,000 years, Chu Yang answered softly. When Zi Xiqing asked this question, she asked it deliberately. And when Chu Yang answered, it was also a deliberate answer. But this question and answer resolved the doubts in both of their hearts, turning it into affirmation. Both of them nodded at the same time. Wu Qianqian was very worried. She also knew that the best way was to let the moon breeze couple see the Dharma Supreme's despicableness first, and then wake up from their stupor. But once that happened, the moon breeze couple would first be in danger. They would have to face the siege of at least 40 supreme martial artists. And there was also the Dharma Supreme, an unfathomable master who stood at the peak. And on her side, there was no such person who could turn the tide at the critical moment. In Wu Qianqian's mind, there were only 2 such candidates, Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing, and only these 2 people could save the moon breeze couple at that time. But they would have to pay a certain price. Let me think about it carefully. There may be other ways to solve this matter, Chu Yang consoled. He had already decided to do it. Not only did he have to do it, but he had to do it beautifully. On the side of Chu Yang, the Calamity Sword Master, there was a serious lack of masters. On the surface, Chu Yang seemed to be taking advantage of the big clans at every step he took. He was advancing step by step, and was toying with the big clans in the palm of his hand. However, this was built on the basis that his identity hadn't been exposed. The real comparison of strength was really pitiful. Chu Yang couldn't use the power of the Chu clan for his own use now. Otherwise, it would be gone in a flash. At the very most, the only ones who could be considered as masters around him were Wei Wuyan, Wan Renjia, Chen Duiying, and Bao Buhuan. And these 4 people were only considered as masters in comparison, and they weren't in place yet. Besides, There was only Nangong Shifeng in the intelligence agency, who was famous for his foul mouth. Zi Xieching's Tao state power would be full at any time. Then she would leave. Moreover, Chu Yang was unwilling to accept Zi Xieching's suggestion to wipe out the big clans. In this way, the ones with the highest battle power on Chu Yang's side were Ling Xue and Feng Yuro, who still didn't know that he was the Tribulation Sword Master. If Ling Xue and Feng Yuro were to be sacrificed under such circumstances, the loss would be so great that Chu Yang simply couldn't bear it. Therefore, Chu Yang had to protect these two people no matter what. That's good. Wu Qianqian said confidently, I'll leave this matter to you. Wu Qianqian had a natural trust in Chu Yang. It seemed that as long as Chu Yang said, I'll do it, Wu Qianqian would be completely at ease. In her eyes, there was nothing in this world that could stump Chu Yang. After that, Wu Qianqian and Zi Xieching had a long and affectionate conversation before they left reluctantly. Chu Lu had been in a deep sleep for the past few days, ever since Zi Xieching changed her body constitution. The little girl had basically been in a daze for the past few days. She was just like the saying, sleep after eating, eat after waking up, and nothing else happened. But this was a normal phenomenon, and it was because Chu Lu'er's body was too weak, so Chu Yang and Zi Xieching weren't too worried. She would be fine after she got used to it after sleeping for a while. The next 2 days were calm and tranquil. Nangong Shifeng, who used to report every 3 days, didn't come because there were obviously fewer people coming these few days. Those who were supposed to come had all arrived. The information of all the people that Nangong Shifeng gathered had already piled up 3 feet in front of Chu Yang. It was very detailed. Sometimes Chu Yang even suspected, what method did Nangong Shifeng use to get all this information? One must know that some of the information could even be said to be top secret. Chu Yang only found out about this question when he asked Nangong Shifeng once. It turned out that this guy was only in charge of finding out the names of people and then bringing the names to a secret place in Tianji City called Omniscient News Pavilion. He only needed to fork out purple crystals to get the information of these people, and everything would be in his hands. No one knew who opened this Omniscient News Pavilion. It was extremely mysterious, only selling information, and the price wasn't low. It had a good reputation. As if there wasn't any information in this world that he didn't know. Chu Yang was surprised and also a little amused that there was such a thing. So, Chu Yang gave Nangong Shifeng another sum of purple crystals to buy information. He couldn't possibly let Nangong Shifeng pay for it with his own money. In the past few days, Lan Changa secretly found Chu Yang, gave him a packet of medicine, and asked him to find an opportunity to put it in Wu Qianqian's medicine. This gave Chu Yang a clear feeling that Lan Changa was going to take action. Other than that, there was no movement from the Zhuge clan, Yi clan, and the other big clans. Since the arrival of the Dharma Supreme, the whole Tianji city became clear. Walking around the whole city, there weren't many people scolding people, not to mention fighting. Everyone from the Zhuge family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw how quiet the situation was. But at the same time, they knew that none of the big clans were easy to deal with. The silence during this period of time definitely didn't mean that they had given up. So, the security in the dark became even tighter. This evening, from the city gate of Tianji City, a person walked in. This person was dressed in a long green robe, and his face was gentle. Even though he was walking normally, he revealed an indescribable free and easy feeling. Regardless of whether it was his face, temperament, or even his figure, he gave people a feeling of being at ease, as if nothing would bother him. This kind of free and easy feeling even included life and death, absolutely detached from worldly affairs. Meng Chaoran finally arrived at Tianji City at a moderate pace. When the sky had just darkened, 3 figures flew over from afar. This time, I have really used too much time for my closed-door training. I wonder if fourth brother is anxious from waiting. I really didn't expect that the breakthrough this time would be so difficult, even though our cultivation had already reached it first and had already surpassed it, said the person in front. Yes, even now we only know half of it. Looks like we can only fully master it through the baptism of battle. Fourth brother is in this city. I believe he must be anxiously waiting for us, said another person. Cough, cough, big senior brother and second senior brother are right, said another person in agreement. The 3 of them swept across the land like shooting stars, entered the city gate, and disappeared into the crowd. After a while, when the moon rose diagonally in the sky, another person rushed over from afar. This person was skinny and his face was haggard, just like a walking corpse. His face was covered with horrifying scars. He had a sheathed sword, so ordinary that it seemed like it would disappear in the wind at any time. It was unremarkable, but he didn't carry it on his back, nor did it hang at his waist. Instead, he just carried it with his right hand from his skeleton. One could tell that this person was originally very burly. One really didn't know what could cause a person to become so skinny in such a short period of time. He still came. This person looked at the Tianji city gate numbly and sighed. I have never owed anyone anything in my life. Little brother has done me a great favor. Now that he is going to stand out in the medicine banquet, how can I not help him? After little brother is done here, I will go to the ends of the earth to hunt down that evil thief, to avenge my wife and child, to avenge myself. On this person's horrifying face, a pair of eyes flashed with extreme hatred as he gritted his teeth. Under his agitation, his scarred face became even more twisted and horrifying. His eyes flashed, and he took a few deep breaths. Then, he silently entered Tianji city, step by step. The moon was high in the sky. Heaven and earth were already in silence. From afar, another 3 figures flew over. Among the 3 people, one was burly. Even though one couldn't see his face clearly in the dark, his figure still made one feel that he was as tall as a mountain. Every step he took, it was as if a mountain was moving. Such majesty! This was a natural aura. Only natural heroes could bring out such a majestic aura unconsciously. An insufferably arrogant spirit. The person beside him had a slender figure and fluttering hair. She should be a girl. On his left, another person's posture was rather strange. As he walked, he looked like a big monkey jumping forward, but also like a bird flying clumsily. We are finally here. In front of everyone, that person stood still and laughed. He said, "This journey is really fucking satisfying. The awe-inspiring power of our Hall of 4 and 3 has truly started to spread throughout the world from this journey." At the side, that skinny and shriveled, big, monkey-like young man rolled his eyes and said, "What's there to be unhappy about? Almost all the people we met along the way were beaten down by you. Too barbaric. No matter what, you should let me practice. But you almost took them all by yourself." That person smiled and said, "Didn't you practice those few times when we met high-level martial saints? What's there to lose? Fourth brother Dong, I will fight it out with you." That young man cried out in grief and indignation. That was purely torture. What is called practice? I say, fourth brother Dong, you clearly know that you can't afford to offend them, but you still went up to provoke them. You caused me to be beaten to death 3 times along the way. Do you still have a conscience? Anyway, you can't be beaten to death. The girl at the side who had been silent all this, well, smiled gently and said, "What does it matter how many times you are beaten to death? After they leave, we will take your corpse away. After a while, you will come back to life and your strength will improve. Fourth brother, we are helping you cultivate." That skinny and shriveled young man wanted to cry, but had no tears. "Making me die again and again. Helping me cultivate like this. I have seen through the 2 of you. When I see boss, I will definitely complain about you. That burly young man laughed and said, Fourth brother, let's make a bet. Do you think boss will believe what the two of us say, or will he believe you, a guy who has always been famous for being a petty thief and has a glib tongue? That young man instantly became dejected. He looked up to the sky and sighed. I have really met the wrong person. Don't talk nonsense, let's go in. Let's see if we can find someone to fight again tonight. I feel like I am going to break through again. The burly young man laughed, and the three of them entered the city gate at the same time. Chapter 10:13. Late at night, a bright moon hung in the sky. Diwu Qingrou's small courtyard was surrounded by the supreme martial artist's divine senses. Is everything ready? Diwu Qingru asked softly. In front of him, the elder nodded. Yes. Yes, tomorrow is the start of the medicine banquet. Diwu Qingrou's eyes were deep. How are the reactions of the big clans? The elder laughed softly. Other than the local Zhuge clan, Chen clan, and Li clan, the other 7 clans are all eager to make a move. They are very interested in the news of the divine clan elder. That's good. Diwu Qingru smiled softly and said, It's not that the Qin clan is completely uninterested. They are forced by the situation and have no choice but to keep a low profile, because they have already lost too many men to the Moon Breeze couple. Therefore, they already feel that they can't afford to lose. But once things get out of hand, the Chen clan will naturally make a move. Even if they don't make a move, there will be others who will find trouble with them. Diwu Qingru smiled softly. And the Li clan is in a precarious situation now. Even if they don't make a move, others won't let them off. So, the Li clan will also make a move. The elder said, Yes, the situation is already set. The stage has already been set up. We are only waiting for someone to perform on the stage. Diwu Qingru smiled. That's right. My main job is only to set up this stage. We don't need to care about other things. We only need to wait quietly, just setting up the stage and not performing. The old man was startled. He couldn't help but frown and remind her, Qingru, you're wrong. Although we've already lured them in, things still need a fuse. Even if it's going to become a prairie fire in the end, it still needs a spark to ignite it. That's right. However, this was just a spark. It must not be ignited from our hands. If we were to ignite it, it would only burn the Diwu clan into pieces first. Then, even if the plan succeeds, it would be useless and would only benefit others. There was a mysterious smile on Diwu Qingrou's face. I don't understand. Who can replace us? That elder racked his brains. If I didn't calculate wrongly that person, it should have been prepared long ago. What he needs now is for us to finish setting up the stage, that's all. Diwu Qingrou's eyes flashed, as long as the news of us setting up the stage is spread out. If the flames of war were to rise continuously, the large clans would be reduced to a nest of pigs in a short period of time. The old man blinked his eyes in confusion, not knowing what he was talking about. There was an alliance, but I've always been by Qingrou's side, so how come I didn't notice? Great-granduncle, if I remember correctly, in another 10 days I'll be back. At the beginning of the 12th lunar month, which is the day of the medicine banquet preliminaries, it should be Big Brother's birthday. Diwu Qingru smiled mysteriously. Yes, it's hard for you to remember this. The old man chuckled. Big Brother is almost 10 years old this year, but he hasn't had a proper birthday celebration yet. Wu Qingrou sighed and said, This time he has me, his younger brother, to celebrate for him. The old man was even more confused. We were just talking about serious business. Why did you suddenly change the topic to birthday noodles? Wasn't this change too sudden? Diwu Qingrou pondered and said, Spread the news tomorrow that the Diwu clan has booked the entire Shuiyu restaurant for my big brother, Diwu Qingquang's 10th birthday. What? The old man was stunned. I've lived for thousands of years. I haven't had such a grand birthday celebration. Your big brother is only 10 years old, and you're already having a birthday celebration? Also, Diwu Qingro will cover all the expenses for my big brother's 10th birthday this time. Diwu Qingro said in a heavy tone. This sentence must be passed out to show our brotherhood. You'll cover all? The old man was shocked. This is not a small amount. I can still afford this little amount of purple crystals. Diwu Qingro said casually. And this money is paid by the clan. Paid by the clan? The old man was confused. He was about to faint. Paid by the clan, but in your name? Of course. Diwu Qingro said without any guilt. I'm completely dizzy. What's going on? The old man held his forehead with one hand and asked dizzily. And it must be a grand celebration. Diwu Qingro said, when the time comes, we'll invite an opera troupe to set up a stage for a performance. So, from tomorrow onwards, we'll start setting up the stage. Set up a stage for a performance? So grand? The old man said dizzily. Of course. The 10th birthday celebration. Diwu Qingro waved his hand. This matter is settled. From tomorrow onwards, we'll start spreading the news and inviting guests and friends. When the time comes, we'll watch the show at Shuiyu Restaurant. Seeing that the old man still wanted to ask questions, Diwu Qingro frowned and sighed deeply. You don't need to ask for the reason. You just need to do as I say. Okay. The old man agreed in confusion. Don't forget that everything is funded by me. You must publicize this matter to the best of your ability. Diwu Qingro was still not at ease, so he warned again. Okay. The old man agreed and left. Diwu Qingro looked at his back and couldn't help but frown with a headache. He sighed and muttered, so tired. On the second day from early morning, Tianji City started to become chaotic. It was like a pot of porridge. As the sky brightened and the sun rose, it gradually became steaming hot. Chu Yang ended his breathing and meditation and stood up. He didn't prepare much. He just took out a small package from the tribulation space, carried it, and was about to leave. Zi Xieching's voice came from next door. I won't accompany you today. Today is the most important day for Lu to be reborn. I'll stay here to protect her. Okay, Chu Yang agreed. At this moment, someone asked loudly, Brother Chu, are you ready? It was Han Shaoran's voice. Yes. Chu Yang agreed and walked out quickly. He opened the door of the Orchard Palace and saw Han Shaoran in a neat black robe. He stood outside with his hands behind his back and nodded at him with a smile. Today is the first day of the medicine banquet. I'll bring you there. Let's enter the preliminaries. Han Shaoran smiled. Chu Yang laughed. Brother, the first round of preliminaries is a competition of heavenly treasures. There's nothing special about it. Are you ready? Han Shaoran said, If you're not confident, I've specially brought a 5,000-year-old blood mushroom. It should be enough. I've already made my own preparations. Chu Yang smiled faintly. Moreover, I've prepared a portion for you. Prepared a portion for me? Han Shaoran widened his eyes strangely. I've got 2 scarlet fruits. One of them is to be used to enter the medicine banquet as a stepping stone. The other one, it's for you. Although this scarlet fruit can't cure you completely, it can make you feel more comfortable. Moreover, it can also last a little longer. Chu Yang smiled slightly. Han Shaoran shook his head disapprovingly. Brother, it's not that I want to nag at you, but you've underestimated the medicine banquet. There are tens of thousands of pharmacists gathered here, and these people actually dared to participate in the medicine banquet. Who doesn't have any rare goods? I'm afraid it's impossible to enter the medicine banquet with just 1 scarlet fruit. It's naturally impossible for ordinary scarlet fruits. But what about the black-blooded scarlet fruit? Chu Yang smiled mysteriously and said, I got this scarlet fruit from the black-blood forest. Black-blooded scarlet fruit? Han Shaoran was stunned. The soil in the black-blood forest was 100 times harder than outside. The value of the elixirs that grew there was definitely 100 times more than outside. And the black-blooded scarlet fruit was even more priceless. It was a typical heavenly treasure, and a top-grade one. An ordinary scarlet fruit needed at least 100 years to bloom and 50 years to mature. 150 years. But it was definitely not the case in the black-blood forest. That was to say, in the black-blood forest, this number was 100 times more. The scarlet fruit could only mature. That was to say, 15,000 years. But how could the 15,000 years in the black-blood forest be compared to the 15,000 years in the outside world? The difference was like heaven and earth. You got the black-blooded scarlet fruit? Han Shaoran thought of Chu Yang's journey and suddenly had an idea. You didn't come from the Shao clan's special passage, but came from the black-blood forest. The Shao clan has a special passage? Chu Yang felt dizzy. Han Shaoran was stunned. The two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly. You're really audacious. You actually came out from the black-blood forest. Han Shaoran shook his head and sighed. And you even got the black-blooded scarlet fruit. Your luck is really too good. Ha ha. Chu Yang smiled and said, and it's not an ordinary black-blooded scarlet fruit. It's a top-grade, exquisite, snow scarlet fruit. Han Shaoran's eyes popped out. Exquisite snow scarlet fruit? Chu Yang smiled mischievously. He stretched out his hand from his bag and took out a purple crystal box. Then he threw it over. Old Brother Han, this is something that took 15,000 years to grow. Quickly eat it. Han Shaoran hurriedly caught it and was shocked. This is a heavenly treasure that only matured after 15,000 years. You're throwing it away just like that? Chu Yang said indifferently, what's the big deal? Once I throw it out, it's yours. It's not mine anymore. Even if it's broken, it's yours. Why can't I bear to? Han Shaoran's mouth twitched a few times. He was a little angry, but there was nothing he could do. This scarlet fruit was born from the scarlet fruit tree that Chu Yang got from the black-blood forest. There were 30 of them in total. Chu Yang only took out 2 of them. What's there to feel bad about? When he got the scarlet fruit tree, it was only green in color. But after it entered the tribulation space, the sword spirit made use of the characteristics of the tribulation space to speed up the ripening of the fruits. Han Shaoran felt a little bad and said, Brother, you're taking out such a heaven-defying treasure for this medicine banquet's preliminary selection. It's too extravagant and wasteful. I'm almost done making up for what I owe. I finally felt a little relieved. I didn't dare to ask for monthly votes to make up for the extra chapters. I'm almost done making up for the extra chapters so that I can ask for monthly votes. It's the 23rd today, and I've already updated 10 chapters with close to 200,000 words. But many people are still complaining that the updates aren't good enough. Please understand me. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.